Discovery, go and throttle up.
Consume but never feast. Metal wings slice the void apart. A funeral pyre, a rocket's heart. Does the air terror, does it yield? What's the cost of the battlefield? Volcasonic retro propulsion. Fire fights fire in the sky's combustion. The plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity chains snap with red rivers, burning trails, echoes scream where silence fails. Ashes rain, the sky won't care, but we keep climbing unaware.
Ooh, it's Monday. What's up, everybody? How you doing? How is things? Everybody doing okay? Everybody doing good? Swimmingly? Here, let me bring up the main screen. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing okay? The WCF got rained out and they declared the #1 qualifiers the winners. What? How you feeling? I'm doing okay, man. Doing okay for a Monday over on YouTube? All right, right on, right on. Glad you're feeling good enough to stream today. Yeah, guys. Think like one more day and I'll probably be out of the woods. I might... It depends on traffic. I got to drive up into the city one more time again tomorrow. So, other than that, you know, other than tomorrow, we should be in the clear, fellas. Just trying to keep warm. It's only 62 here. That's hoodie weather, man. What are you talking about? Joe Ho, 7213 sub. Wally had a tier 2 56er before that. Thank you. So, yeah. Doing okay for Monday. Yeah, cool, cool. You watched last week's Flame Trench while you're at work, Pash, though. That was a mistake. I couldn't, dude. I called in at the very end because I had some free time. But I feel bad. I feel real bad not showing up for that. But that was out of my control, dudes. Problems are just out of my control, man. So yeah, New Glenn is pushed to Wednesday. That's the next opportunity. Apologies if it's been asked, but have you played Mars First Logistics? No, I have not played that. But yeah, New Glen's is on Wednesday, so we should be good in that regard. How you doing? I'm all right. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. I got my mom bought me the Salute to Service Patriots the Salute to Service Patriots hoodie, and I'm actually like super hype on this. Check it out. Look at the back. Here, look. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah, no, it's pretty sick. Yeah. So tomorrow, guys, I'm probably not gonna be around much for like the early hours segment, but I should be here for space news. It'll be a little late, but we'll do space news and after hours tomorrow. And then we should be out of the woods. Should be. Let's see. Where's the value to deflate it? It's up your culo. You should, you know, where your head lives. Should be really close to you. You should be able to see it. Give Mars First Logistics a look. It's incredible and perfect for KSP lovers. Mm-hmm. Out of the woods and into the clearing so the vampires win. Nice. William, what's up? A partial Rule 8 question. How long does it take for the government FAA to get back to the normal schedule as soon as the government shutdown is solved? It shouldn't take very long, dude. Aren't you always in the woods, though? I do live in the woods, yes. Marine's birthday tomorrow, big 250. Yeah, baby, dude. Can we both agree to laugh at the Bills? Dude, like, here's the thing. I've always, like, you know, you'd think as a Patriots fan that I hate the Bills. I don't hate the Bills. My aunt's from Buffalo. Like, I grew up with Bills fans. Like, I don't hate the Bills. I really don't. I actually like Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's an awesome quarterback. Like, screw me, right? Like, everyone's like, oh, you must hate the Bills. Like, dude, with that being said, I kind of feel bad. Like, yesterday was kind of an embarrassment. I think, fellas, I think Josh Allen is hurt. I think he's hurt. I think he's injured and he's not telling anybody. I was talking with my dad about this. You know, I think he's hurt because they got blown the frick out by the Dolphins, which was kind of feel bad. Like, I like Buffalo. I like Buffalo. I think Sean McDermott's a good coach, and I like Josh Allen. Screw me, right? Like, when he played for the Bills, I liked Stephon Diggs too. He's a disgustingly good receiver. Like, I mean, it's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know enough about Handig to know the rivalries. Just, I mean, Dinkelberg. Generally, for Patriots, everybody hates us. Yeah, that's. I mean, we kind of terrorized the league for like 2 decades. So just the general rule of thumb is that everybody hates the Patriots. Like, that's the general rule of thumb. But, like, I don't... Yeah, I know, Hibbit. That's crazy. I mean, yeah. That's just the general rule of thumb. Here, let me fire up Kerbal while we're talking. Too windy at the Cape today. That front is still coming through. It's not a good day to launch. Patriots are the Yankees of football. I mean, there's a salary cap in football, but yeah. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I don't think that would be unfair. And like I said, guys, I acknowledge it. I'm whatever. Like, here's the thing. I ain't no bandwagoner fan. I got brought up a Patriots fan, and I got brought up a Patriots fan in the 90s when they were just dog crap. They were terrible. Like, they were dog crap. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, I didn't grow up that far from the stadium. Hey, Muffin, 75 monthly sub. What's up, dude? Kind of happy blue scrubbed. I fell asleep during the countdown. Yeah, so did I. Wait. The Lions look pretty good, so I'm rooting for them. Detroit is my second favorite football team. If I don't root for the Patriots, I root for Detroit. And here's the thing. I've been a Lions fan since like probably like 08, 09, something like that. I was here for the Jim Caldwell era and the Stafford era and then Matt Patricia and then just, you know, and they're doing good now, which is great. But even before I met Bree, I was a Detroit fan. Like, I like the line. I like Detroit. I love cars. Like, I like Detroit. Like, screw me, right? Like, you're sad that Jack is leaving NSF. It really sucks, dude. But Mason, like I said, if it ever comes out like what job he got, you would understand why he's leaving. But yeah, dude, I didn't really realize how much of a pillar he is at NSF until like after that flame trench. I'm like, oh crap. We just lost a big part of NSF, so he's leaving for quite actually a dream job, Tessa. Like, once again, it's not my place to tell what it is. Is he going to Boom? No. Did you hear the Bengals lost another heartbreaker? Bengals 45, bye week 47. Yeah, guys, he actually got, like, I can't say. It's not my place to say. I know where it is, but I'm not saying nothing. It'll come out in good time what job he got, and you'll see why we're all like, yeah, that sucks, but also that's pretty cool. Did Adrian leave NSF as well? Adrian got another job. Adrian got another job. Yeah, he'll still be around too, but yeah, right now he's working at his other job. Once again, I can't say what it is. It's not my place. But yeah, Adrian, he'll be around intermittently, but not nearly as much. He's still an NSF commentator. Yeah, and so will Jack. Jack will be around. The state of Ohio has officially entered hibernation after both teams lost to the Jets on consecutive weeks. Yeah, I'm super excited for Jack. He, like I said, dream job. It's like when Chris, Michael, and Thomas left. Dude, the jobs that they got, like, I can't blame them. I would absolutely leave NSF and probably streaming if I got the jobs that they got, you know? Like, I cannot blame them. Dude, NSF is turned into an avenue to basically work in, like, communications in the actual aerospace industry, and I'm here for it, man. That's super cool. For Adrian, it would be much easier to predict if he got something in the spaceflight sector. It's not my place to say, well, Leon, I can't. It's not. That's up to him. That's his prerogative to say where he is and what he's doing. Like, I'm not. I don't speak for other people on the internet. Don't speak for other people. Period. You know. NSF lost another OG. Apart from you, They're left with whiny people turning up about to do the jobs. Paul, we're gonna have to get in there and right the ship. I think, dude. I think that's what we got to do. Yeah, in terms of sports team, NSF has become the farm team. Yeah, it's fine with me. Blue should poach some. No comment. No comment, dude. When I was growing up north, we knew a lot of guys on the teams. I even have an autograph from Jim McMahon. He was playing with the Bears. Somewhere at my dad's house, he has a signed jersey from Walter Payton. Ho, 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 ho. Look at you. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we gotta step up. Yeah, we gotta right the ship over there. Don't worry, I'll figure it out, man. Figure it out. Walter Payton signatures. Walter Payton signed jersey is pretty sick, man. That guy he's a disgustingly good player. That's when the Bears were hot, man. They were hot. The Bears. Let's shift focus to KSP. I control the pacing of the stream, not you. Yeah, freaking fridge, man. Good stuff. All right, let me take off the sweatshirt. It's getting kind of hot in here. All right, so we need to get the crew back from Minmus. We have a crew out there right now. We got to get them home. Why do you want to fly to the moon in Minmus doing science? Because I feel like it. I don't get the reference. It's Monday, man. Come on, give me a second. Hey, Galax, what's up? All right. Take a look at contracts. We actually completed all of them. We just got to get that crew home. We got a science data from the space around Minmus. We almost have enough to upgrade the VAB. We're almost good to go. We're getting a flat game in Melbourne. What? Jeez. All right. Okay, let's turn on the music. I got to get back into the groove, dude. Got to get back into the groove. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to cut it. I'm gonna need you to come in on Monday. That'd be great. That'd be great. All right. Science data from the space around Minmus. We can belt that out. We basically got to get to 2 million. Once we get to 2 million, we can upgrade the VAB, and we could afford a much better launch architecture than what we have right now. Do you think New Glenn will fly on Wednesday? The probability of violation for Wednesday is very low. So we should be good. We should be on track. Dude, the more and more I think about it, I'm not trying to dump on Blue, but I'll admit I'm kind of pissed that I missed the hand egg game. I do like watching sports despite being such a nerd. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know why. You know, that weather report that weather guy and I looked at the beginning, I was like, there's no way they're launching today. Like, they ain't gonna do that. This is very much still a test rocket. Like not a test rocket like SpaceX, but this is, you really do not want to launch this thing in anything but ideal conditions. So I was kind of sitting there, I'm like, man, why even try? Like, if I was CEO of an aerospace company and the 45th Space Wing is giving you a 45% chance probability of violation on flight 2, I'd say no, absolutely not. Fly it when it's sunny. What's the probability of idiots on boats? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, probably better during the week than on the weekends in Florida, you know, like. It's important for our drivers to focus on driving and talk less. Oh. Oh. Treating it as a wet dress rehearsal. That's fine. Then say that. I hope life starts treating you better. Fopace, I gotta miss tomorrow the start of the stream tomorrow, but I should be good. Anyway, let's jump into KSP. Let's go. All right. I'm looking through. We actually did all the contracts from the mission that's up there. Let's start by just getting those Kerbals home. What I wanted to do is the second phase of this mission and have the lander hop over to here so we could drop on the Flight 1 lander that we used for testing. I want to be able to drop them over there, but I'm not sure we have the Delta V to do it. Let's take a look. Okay, Hibbit. All right, here we are. So we had this rover here that we repaired, and we got paid for it, man. We got paid. We have almost 1.9 mil in the bank. I just want to get us up above 2 million here. And once we get above 2 mil, we should be pretty dang good to go. What time is it for you? It's 18:25 in Spain. 12:26 p.m. right now. It's just past lunchtime. You ready for that snow? No, I gotta take the snowblower out and make sure that works. And my generator. I mean, hopefully I'm near the ocean so we don't get that much. Anyway. That's a tier 314-month resub. The TU-114, world's fastest and highest propeller-driven passenger plane. Cool plane. Loud, though. Not as bad as the mighty XF-84 Thunder Screech, though. Yeah. So, we have 334 meters a second Delta V. That should be good enough for a hop. It's cutting it extremely close. In order to get a hop to go all the way over there, guys, we're going to need, you know, we're going to need to get going, but we're going retrograde. I don't want to risk it, to be honest with you. I think I didn't load this down with any science experiments or anything, which kind of blows. That's kind of my own fault, but I'm trying to think what we could do to get over there. You know what? Let's switch over to the other lander. Let me see. No, James. They got an exemption. Blue got an exemption to the nighttime launch thing that's going on here. Hey, Tater, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, that doesn't really have the space to do this. What I want to do is try to get these science experiments over there, the seismometer and the control
Discovery,
station.
go and throttle up.
Like I said, the second phase of this mission was to hop over here and set up a science outpost right here. But once again, I don't think they have the Delta V to do it. It's pretty moot now. I'd expect the limits to be rescinded soon. Yeah. Have they done a hop yet? Who, Clayton? Has who done a hop? Wait a minute. We put a solar panel on this. Does this thing have fuel? Hang on a second. I generally don't like doing this, but if we go to the main decoupler here and we enable cross feed, right? We should be able to squeeze some fuel out of the ascent component here. Now, once again, I generally don't like feeding fuel like this unless we explicitly stated that we can cross feed into mission operations, but why isn't she going? Huh. Morning, champs. You get any snow? No. Check out crossfeed rules. Yeah, we can't do it. You can't crossfeed through a decoupler. I set the difficulty high on purpose. All right. If we can pull, if we can pull the science experiments out of this lander, right? We pull the science experiments out of this lander, we should have more than enough Delta V here. With the ascent module, let me enable this. 665 with the ascent component. Because this is originally a lunar lander, we're way over budgeted on Delta V. So what we could do think about the components of this mission. We still got to get back up there. Because this thing doesn't need fuel cell. I mean, it doesn't need the fuel cells anymore. If we could find a way to transfer the fuel out of it, we might be able to get what we need here. I could always take apart the rover that I just fixed. And if we could find a way just to attach that fuel tank temporarily, transfer the fuel into the descent module, that should give me enough for the margins here. It's a little bit risky. We could blow up the lander, but it'd probably be better to get experience with Kerbal EVA capability sooner rather than later. Do you have 2 docking ports that you could use? No, only one, dude. The only other docking port on the map would be over here. The other thing is we could drive there, but there's no provisions for Kerbals on that lander. Oh. Nice. Yeah, we don't have any seats, Erudite. I don't want that. How feasible would a Kerbal rescue mission be? Well, I have the other lander over there. They can always use the other lander. The point is that I have enough Delta V. But, okay, so here's the quickest and easiest solution here. Let's develop a concept of operations. We can launch over there. And if we don't have enough Delta V, we could separate the ascent module component from this, guys. You separate it. Separate the ascent module. If we do that, we can land with the ascent module. Right? The ascent module has enough. We have 700 or 655 on the ascent component here. That's more than enough. It's more than enough to do pretty much whatever. This is cutting it close. We could probably hop with this. Like, it's doable. But, like, how much monoprop do we have? We have 132 monoprop on it. And if we... Here, let me see if our PWR on these thrusters is higher than 1. Let's enable the RCS. It's not higher than 1. Okay. JDG, what the heck? It's snowing in Tennessee, not just up in the mountains, but it's like 55. Yeah, it's the polar vortex. Guys, we're gonna get. That's what that's what caused that front yesterday with blue. All right, so if we get over there and we use the ascent module to land, I moved all the science experiments into the ascent component. So if we have to jettison this thing, we have to jettison this thing. What they can do is they can use the other lander over there to get back up. That should give them more than enough Delta V to get back to Jeb. Let's just move them a little bit so that lander gets out into the light here. Happy birthday to our resident Leathernecks. 250 never looked so good. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's for our crayon eaters out there, man. The baddest melon farmers to walk the surface of the earth. We'll do that tomorrow, dude. Glenn must launch at night now? Yeah, no. All right, James, I already answered that. All right, cool. All right, so what is our flight azimuth for our ascent here? When are talking about hopping, is it difficult and at all a challenge? I'm talking about my lander here. We're gonna hop over to here on the other side of Minmus. Well, not the other side. We're probably gonna go about maybe a sixth of the way around. Try to land in the flats by the other lander. That was part of the mission. I planned that as part of the mission. We can leave the rover here.
Discovery,
I'm not sure what we'll do with the rover, but... Tried experimenting like landing gear with you did, but I have one question. How did you integrate it into the rocket without the struts going crazy? Remove from symmetry. Jax. That and I put the rocket into the lander's craft file and not vice versa. Yeah, I'll replace these with something else, but removing them from symmetry does help. With that being said, these struts got glued to the bottom plate so my legs couldn't deploy. I have to figure out a better way to get the struts to all kind of work together. Can the small tanks on the ascent module be removed by the Kerbals? Yeah, but I don't want to compromise the ascent module's fuel. Let's activate the engine, and we're going to go for a hop. Guys, if the hop doesn't work, I'll put us on a high trajectory. If the hop doesn't work, now we are going retrograde relative to the capsule. The capsule's going this way. We jettison the descent module and have it crash over here somewhere. And then we'll land with the ascent component. If we land with the ascent component, they can transfer everything into the ascent module that's intact on the Flight 1 lander, which is what I used for testing, right? And then they can get back up. We have the Delta V margins to do this. I'm going to try to get the whole ascent module there, or whole descent module there. The margins are a little bit, we have to be careful. But I have monopropellant on our side to help slow us down. We have plenty of extra monoprop. That should count for 20, 30 meters a second extra delta V. Now, can the rover wheels carry the lander? Electro, yeah, but I don't like changing up the mission like that. The mission was always to jump over here. That was part of this, the Minmus Expedition 1 mission. If we have to jettison the descent module, it's no big deal. We'll lose some scientific instrumentation, but the real reason why I plan for them to go over there is for the ALSEP experiments, the surface experiments packages. That would be really good. And then eventually maybe we can come back and grab the lander. Hey, Nazlik, I'm doing just fine. Monoprompt's like, I got this. All right. So, our flight azimuth is not due west. We are looking at basically west-southwest. So let's dial in a flight azimuth of we're probably going to need to go this way. We want to go slightly west-southwest. So probably 260, 250. And once again, I'll put us on a high trajectory. Well, I'll put us on a high-ish trajectory. We'll put our APAM probably somewhere around 5 to 10 in there. And we'll adjust accordingly. If I do the calculations out of my head and we do not have enough delta V, we are jettisoning the descent module. It will crash, and we'll use the ascent module to either abort. We have enough to get to a posigrade orbit with it, or we will land depending on what's going on. That is leaving a lot up to chance, a little too much up to chance for my taste. My mission margins usually aren't this tight. But the capsule, I mean, this is a relatively safe thing to do. We got to go this way. I don't like pushing vehicles with the Kerbal jetpacks, Erudite. I had a bad experience doing that once. Hey, Rob. How's the rear end? What, that rear end? Doing all right. I did do some work on the Coronet over the weekend, guys. I have you can't see it on the camera, but I have the trunk pan marked with all the holes. I have 210 holes that I need to drill into that damn thing to plug weld it to the frame correctly. Hey, Ish, what's going on? Frank, what's going on? Hello, do you have reduced money science gain? It's on the highest difficulty settings, Murphy, whatever the high difficulty settings are. Also very good. Where'd you get the grease pen? They're marker pens. I got them at Tractor Supply. Last, please. Okay. Get up and then shut down and use RCS as much as you can. That's the idea. So what the other thing that I'm going to do as an added measure of safety, I'm going to turn on my ascent module turning thrusters, not necessarily the up-down thrusters. The reason why I'm going to do that is because if we have to jettison, we're going to need to maneuver. We're going to need to be able to pitch, yaw, and roll with the ascent component here. I won't turn on the forward and back translation controls. Those, the up-down thruster right there, that's just used for docking. So as long as we have our translation controls active on the ascent component, when we jettison, we'll be able to steer the thing into the right orbit. When you get a minute to click through this video, I think you'll find it cool. I've been working on a space station using the new robotic arms you built. Nice demo. Dude, did you code like inverse kinematics on the arm, or are you just manually adjusting the robotics? RCS translation controls move the robotics in sync. Chevy. Sorry. So you're using kinematics. Cool. All right. Neat. All right. Okay, engine is armed. Stability assist is enabled. RCS control systems are working. Up-down RCS translation is working on the descent component. We are go for a hop here. Flight azimuth dialed in at 260. Okay, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Reorienting. Rates look good. Adjusting azimuth. Okay, we're on a principal burn. Okay, 260 was a little bit conservative. We are, because of the rotation of the planet, we're basically dialing in a landing right there right now. So what I'm gonna do, this is what I wanted to dial in with the RCS. Use our monopropellant and our reaction control systems to do a little bit of a coplanar burn. We could do that. I ended up firing the engine because I don't think the RCS was going to get it in time. Now, let's take a look. Let's dial in our descent trajectory here. 161. We're going to have to jettison the descent module. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It will unfortunately crash. See, because this 161 is going to get us basically where we need to go. It's going to get us over the landing site, right? But even if I hadn't done that, even if I dial in the flight azimuth perfectly, we're still going to have to jettison the module, which kind of blows, but... We're going to transmit from the space around Minmus, get that contract completion right there, and just make sure that this thing is pretty much empty. Okay. It might just bounce.
Discovery, go at throttle
We'll
up.
discuss after the burn here. I don't generally like jettisoning a stage and having it landing anywhere near where we're coming down because debris is going to fly. Hey, all systems. What's up? Dons, what's going on? 4-month resub. Oops. Yeah, I should have dialed in a much bigger flight azimuth. We might, fellas, we might be able to do this. Hold on. It might be enough. If I'm really careful with these maneuver nodes. This was a horribly inefficient way to do this, guys. 62 to 75. If we can use the monopropellant, dude, we probably could get this. It's the problem is we're gonna fall, and we're gonna accelerate. Looks like the Giants lost their patience. Well, yeah, they fired the head coach. Fair. See, look, we're at 4,000 above the surface. We have 80 meters a second here. We only have 75 meters a second delta V. I don't want to risk this, so what I'm going to do is burn the rest of this. And the RCS, the downward facing RCS. Oh, hold up. If I can decelerate, we should be able to do this. This is a little bit risky. But we can always send it with the ascent module. Like I said, Minmus is pretty dang forgiving. $700. Slow down. $200. This is really, really cutting it close. I really don't like it. Meters a second. Where are we? Where's the other lander? Nice. That was good, man. That was really good. Yeah. Just as I thought, the monoprop saved us. If I had dialed in that flight azimuth, we wouldn't have even had to use the monoprop. So we definitely, like I said, Minmus has the margins, man. It should be just to the north of us, but the real question is which way is north? Oh, there she is. Oh, dude, no way.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nice. Pop Bull Dust, 13-month resub. Thank you. Oh, we are super close. Nice. We're out of monopropellant, so unfortunately this is about as close as we're gonna get. Pop the other lander over here. How much meters a second delta V does this thing have? It's out of fuel. The descent module's out. Okay. Can you bring the other lander to this one? No. Wait, we have 70 monopropellant. Where the heck is the rest of the mono? Oh. Okay, hold on. We can use onboard monopropellant. We gotta stop. That's as close as we're gonna get, dudes. I don't want to risk it anymore. We half the distance. And just to make sure that I don't get any more temptations, we are just going to shut it off. Safe the descent module engine. Yeah, you got that, Mayor. You'll be fine. I had to tap into the rendezvous proximity stuff, but that's no big deal. That was ballsy. We had the margins, dude. Once again, Minmus is super forgiving. It's not that bad. Oh, hang on 1 second, guys. I got a message. I was talking to Mr. Yak, making sure his Land Rover doesn't explode. We can't transfer, Tessa, or else I would. Bring the other one closer via its monopropellant. Yeah, dude, no harm, no foul, I suppose. Same design. We only have 32 monopropellant, though. We gotta be careful. If I could get these things within 180 of each other, I think we'll be all right. We don't have enough. That's it, man. We have exhausted all other options. How far away? 570 meters. All right. We're just going to have to take trips back and forth, dudes. This ascent module has more everything on it, so we're going to... we'll make base camp here. So I need Bart Bro to go and grab the experiments. How's it going? You're studying the American Revolution now. Cool. If you want to know history about that A-Tour, I can teach you about that if you want. That's the American Revolution happened on my back doorstep. I didn't grow up far from Lexington and Concord, which is like, yeah, that's where it started. Can't carry it. Is it too late for us to apologize about that? No. Zap. Yeah, that's the way to do this, Tessa. Apology accepted, Captain Nita. Yeah, you can apologize if you want. I mean... Are you doing better this week? I'm gonna have to miss early hours tomorrow, Creeper. But other than that... We just lost some science experiments. The Kraken ate it. That sucks. Grab the boxes, they said. Move them across the surface, they said. It'll be fine, they said. Well, that pretty much made this useless. Damn, all the science experiments were in there. I had my environmental control station there, so this is a wash. That sucks. I did all that maneuvering. I should have known that that was repeatable. Wait a minute, what's that? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. We might be able to salvage this. I said ditch the jetpack and walk the experiments. One at a time, dude. We'd be here for the rest of the night. Looks like we got some green stone over there. Hold on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, you landed on your feet. Not with Fizz Warp. You want a Fizz Warp on Minmus. What are you, dense? What's wrong with you? That would tempt the Kraken more than what I just did. Looks like we got some greenstone over there. Before we do that, though, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Space Center. I'm going to see if there's a mission to bring back some greenstone from Minmus. If there is, we'll grab it. Bring back green sandstone with you from Minmus. Boom. Yeah, baby. There it is. Anything else here? No. Alright, we got the green sandstone. That sucks, man. All the science experiments were in there. I purposely didn't load up the MF2 lander with like the ECS so we could bring the solar panels up. That sucks. I should have just had him set it up. Science data from the surface of the moon. Yeah, there's a problem with that. We're not on the moon. How much science points did you lose? Not much. They're passive experiments, Pigeon, so it's more like we lost science over time, which sucks, but it is what it is. Maybe next time I land the landers next to each other instead of, you know, not. There we go. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. Oh, yeah, baby. Now that's some science. It's mint flavored, obviously. Oh, dude, we are loaded. with Ciencias. Well, I suppose we'll put the solars out. Doesn't really make a difference at this point. They're not going to be generating power for anything, but... The engineer should be placing these. And the scientist placing them. Yeah, well, I mean, this mission, like I said, this mission's a wash anyway. It doesn't matter. Have you ever discovered the green monoliths in Kerbal? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we have double experiments. All right, so how many experiments do we have on board? $90, $75. Plus 15 for the crew report, plus another 90, plus 24, plus 75, plus 30, plus 24, plus 90. We have 513 science on board, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Noble 7, what's up? You could send a quick science experiment later out here. The girls only take a couple days. Think it's worth it to land a small probe with the science experiments lost in the Kraken attack? Could. I mean, they can stay down here. They got solar power. It's not a big deal. This thing is way overbuilt for purpose. Could just use my target vehicle lander, Tessa. Is it really worth the extra, like... I mean, we're trying to save money here. No. I think we'll just complete the mission. We'll do this on the next one. The problem is we gotta wait till we're in phase with the capsule again. Jeb just up there oh crap, I went too far. Jeb's just up there losing his freaking mind. There we go. All right. The next one we'll send down here. Okay, let's do this. 5 days down here. Pretty cool. All right. Make sure the descent module is completely safed out. We do not have any extra monopropellant on this thing. I believe the monoprop tanks are completely empty. Yep. Okay. What I'm gonna do is enable all monopropellant systems on the ascent module. We're going to open up all the tanks. Enable all thrusters. Yeah, these need to, yeah, those are, yeah, that's set to what they need to be set to. Yep, okay. All thrusters are on, it's just tested. Cool. All right. Arm the ascent motor. Ascent motor is armed. Okay, we are going to launch with a flight azimuth of 80. 80 should put us in the right orbit. And we're aiming for a 10-kilometer circular. So I'm going to bring this up over here. Okay, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got a good lift. Actually, I think 10. I misspoke. I want 10. What the hell's going on? Oh, it's that stupid antenna. It's the relay antenna that I took off the rover. Got to be careful. I mean, we've got plenty of Delta V. It's not that big of a deal. Hey, Vargon, Kerbal's going all right. I feel like you'd be a good person to ask if faster than searching. Blue had too many thunderstorms and too many boats in the range. They're going to launch on Wednesday, homie. They have an exemption from the current FAA nighttime launch nonsense, so they're going to launch during the day. Okay, we're going to circularize here in a moment. Is it public what company Jack went to? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Slightly off inclination, but way easy to pick up. 9x8. Good. Set the capsule as target. Delete the maneuver node. We're off inclination by about 4 degrees. A 4 degree plane change up here is not a big deal. That's really, really easy to overcome. Hey, Vind. We just got to be careful with our monopropellant here, guys. We did dip into it a little bit, and we still need to do a rendezvous proximity operation with the capsule. What's with the night launches? Why launch at night when people are trying to sleep? orbital mechanics is the answer to that question. For night launches in general, Death. The reason why they're only doing night launches right now is because of the, long story short, the government shutdown. But that should, I have a feeling that's going to end sooner rather than later, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. In terms of like why rockets do that in general, why do they launch at night? Sometimes the planet that wherever you're trying to get to is only in the right spot in the middle of the night. Orbital mechanics doesn't really care about day, night, whatever. It's just physics. We did that on the far side, so we're kind of locked out. Got to get back into phase with Kerbin. Good. All right, capsule's over there, but we'll catch up real quick. Let's just, I'm gonna do a slight posit grade burn here, or prograde burn. Monopropellant levels are still good. Got to be careful with that electrical charge here. We only have one solar panel. TJ, if you fly near the sun, do you need special heat protection? What do you think, dude? If the sun is extremely far away from Earth, Pigeon, and we need to wear sunblock, what do you think it's going to do to a computer if it gets close to it? Oh yeah, you absolutely need a thermal protection system. Let's dial in a rendezvous trajectory here. It's actually pretty good. 6 meters a second in an hour and 40 minutes. Just got to catch up here. There we go. Good thing about this ascent module is that for the moon, it doesn't seem to be enough. But for Minmus, this could be our ascent and descent module, guys. I kind of like to make specialized landers for purpose, you know, because landing on the moon isn't landing on Minmus, which is why this lander basically it's good for Minmus, but it's not really good for the moon. We're gonna need to redo it, but that's okay. That's okay. I rushed the lunar lander design when I was going through hell last week, so 2 weeks ago, so it's not bad. Hey NX, what's up, man? In KSP as well, of course. Question. On my book, it says the American Revolution started with the tea thing in 1773, but then says that it started in 1775. When did it start? Okay, let me do this burn, Ator, and while we're coasting, I'll tell you. So, long story short, in the late 1700s, before the American Revolution, there were colonies, 13 colonies on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Okay. And England had just gotten out of a war. Why am I blanking on the war? What war were they coming out of, guys? Please refresh my memory. England had just got out of a war, so the country was kind of war-torn. It wasn't a war that really got them anywhere. It was with the French. That's right. Thank you, Buxo. So they just got out of a war with the French, and yeah, they were fighting against Napoleon. That's right. Oh, no, the French and Indian War. That's what it is. Excuse me. Napoleon came a little bit later. So they were fighting a war, and there's like no decisive winner. It was just a big war of attrition, right? So England, the king was looking to basically, the crown was looking to, who was it, guys? Henry VIII, I think. I forget which one. I mean, I don't matter. Basically, the crown wanted to recoup their losses. So to recoup their losses, they started implementing taxation measures that were basically seen as unfair. It was George. There you go. Thank you. So what happened, Ator, is that they introduced something called the Stamp Act, which was just some ridiculous tax on stamping thing, like stamps for like postage and stuff. George III. Thank you. So they started introducing some ridiculous things on taxes. This is the Stamp Act. And the Stamp Act pissed a lot of people off. George III, thank you. So it started pissing a lot of people off because, that's not fair. Because interestingly enough, a lot of the people in the colonies in North America fought in the French and Indian War. A lot of founding fathers, they're not necessarily founding fathers, but people would later serve on the American side in the American Revolution, were veterans of these wars, all these wars that England fought, right? And they were like, wait a minute, wait, what the heck is this? Like, I fought for this country, and now you're just going to tax the crap out of me? This is ridiculous, right? What the heck's going on here? And fearing that England would do what England did to Ireland decades prior, they started getting a little worried. All right, you got stuff like the Stamp Act, right? You got stuff like, read about the Stamp Act. That was a big turning point. And then they started putting in taxation on tea and stuff. And interestingly enough, a lot of the people that fought in these wars were like, what the hell is this? This is stupid. Why are we getting penalized for serving you? This is dumb. Right? This is really, really stupid. Now, keep in mind, guys, this is a little bit of a condensed version, and it's been a while since I've taught it on stream. So, fears of England basically clamping down on the colonies, right? And doing basically what they did to Ireland, and they wrung Ireland dry, right? Colonists around Massachusetts, my state, and the other 13 colonies started arming themselves. They started buying guns. They started buying cannons. They started buying whatever they could to defend themselves. Okay? The English got word of this, right? It did escalate through 1774 and 1775. 1775 is when the American Revolution started. Okay? So, in spring of 1775, what happens is the English send out an expedition. They send out an expedition to Concord, Massachusetts. This is my backyard, dude. Where this happened is not far from where I grew up. I mean, I grew up in Newton. It's right next to it. I mean, 128 separates it if you're a local, you know what I mean? But, so, okay, here's what happens. All right, the English have a huge, they dispatch a huge army to Boston, right? Boston, my city, Boston, right? And the English are like, these people they're treasonous, they're rebellious. We're gonna go and take their guns. We're gonna find their weapons caches, and we're gonna take their guns because they can't, this is seen as treason. We can't do this. So they send out an army to Concord, right? And basically what happens is They get to Concord. The British get to Concord. They basically march out there. They get out there in like less than a day, which is absurd. It's a long walk if anybody's ever done that walk, right? And they get out there and they're like, okay. They go to the colonists. They're like, where's your guns? Where's your guns? We've come to take your guns. We're repossessing them in the name of the crown. This is treason. We need your guns. You're giving us all your firearms. And the colonists are like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. And it comes to a head at a bridge between the city of Concord and like just outside. It's a bridge. I was there. Like this is like not far from my house, my parents' house. It comes to a head at a bridge. Basically, the Americans are on one side, you know, and Concord isn't behind them per se, right? But they start arguing. They start arguing at this bridge. The morning that the British get there, the Brits are like, hey, give me all your guns because you guys are this is treason. You can't fight us. This is treason. We protect you. It's the colonial empire. Like, what the hell's going on? And the colonists aren't having any of that crap. They say, no, frick you. No, we're not giving up our guns. Piss off. Right? And at this bridge, right? The bridge is still there for what it's worth. It's in Fallout 4. For anybody that plays Fallout, it's right at Sanctuary Hills, that bridge. It's not how it is, but how's our rendezvous looking? Cool, we're getting there. And nobody really knows who fired the first shot, right? Somebody fired a shot. Somebody got caught up in it. They were yelling at each other from either side of this bridge, and no one knows who really fired first. Somebody fired, though, and killed three redcoats. And the colonists also lost a couple of people, too. And then the Brits said, oh, the hell with this. The hell with this. We're finding all your... We're gonna burn your barns down. You can't kill us. You killed 3 redcoats. You can't do that crap. We're gonna go burn down your city now as a penalty for killing these guys. So they do. They go and they torch people's barns around, all the farmers' barns around Concord. They go and torch them. And all the surrounding towns see this. Now, the Brits didn't really... the colonists knew that they were coming, so they hid all their guns. They hid them wherever they could, right? But the Brits were like, all right, fine, frick it. We think that we didn't find anything, but we know you have something, so we're going to burn down your barn as a penalty. The smoke starts rising from all the barns that they're burning down. And all the surrounding colonists, all the militia, the Minutemen from around there see that happening. And they go, oh, crap, they just killed everyone in Concord. Hell no, we're not taking that crap. No way, dude. We're not letting that happen. You're gonna try to start killing us? No, we're not doing that. So the Minutemen assemble. They assemble by the time midday comes around, right? And before the Brits know what's going on, we're doing the rendezvous here while I'm talking. Before the Brits knew what was going on. Now this is after. I think this is after the Boston Tea Party. This is how the revolution started. It was the spring of 1775. Now, all the other towns see this, and they all go to Concord. Everybody's like, look, they're attacking us. We got to kill them. We got to kill them. We got to get them. We got to take them out. They're killing the women and children. Like, word spreads around, right? They weren't. The Brits were just burning the barns as a penalty, for killing 3 redcoats, right? You killed 3 of our soldiers, we're going to kill your town, right? Like, that's just retaliatory, right? Whether it's right or not, I don't know. It's history is the judge, right? So what happens is the militia, the Brits severely underestimate how well armed the Minutemen actually are. They severely underestimate it. Before the Brits know what's going on, they have 3 times the amount of colonists around them. And they are 30 miles outside of, well, not 30, about 30, yeah. They're 30 miles outside of Boston. 30 miles in 1775 might as well be in another country. So you are way in uncharted territory. You are way outnumbered, and there's militiamen everywhere. So the Brits have to make a tactical retreat. They have to retreat. And while they're retreating, Minutemen are popping up out of the hills all over the place. And they lose. They lose. They don't get wiped out completely. Reinforcements came from Lexington, but in that retreat from Concord to Lexington, they got their butts handed to them. Guys are popping out of the woodwork. Farmers with guns are popping out of the woodwork. They're shooting them, just capping people off, and then they hide behind the bushes again, right? The hills have eyes. I've stood in the valley where the Brits got ambushed. It is like, I was there for the 250th anniversary. Brimo and I went to it earlier this year. We were at Lexington and Concord, 250 years to the hour that this happened. Is this the bridge with the monuments on either side? Correct. So anyway, I started blasting. So the Brits do eventually get artillery reinforcement from Lexington, and they are forced to retreat. And they took a lot of casualties, but eventually this Inquisition that came out to try and seize everybody, because they do make it back to Boston. But they kicked the hive. Everyone. Word travels all around the Massachusetts Bay Colony that these guys are raping and pillaging and burning down people's houses. They're killing children. They're killing women, and all the farmers around Massachusetts, they're like, hell no, we ain't taking that crap. So they organize and they assemble. And that's when George Washington comes along and he commands the Continental Army. He takes control of the Continental Army, I believe, a little ways after that in Concord, and that's when the American Revolution starts. The Tea Party and the Boston, I think the Tea Party was before that. It's a little fuzzy, but the Boston Massacre happened before that. Basically, these people had enough. They had enough. The Brits were basically terrorizing them, like what they did to Ireland, and what they're still kind of doing to Ireland. Sorry, English people, you know what I mean. Yeah. It's super interesting, Aitor. Like, dude, these people had enough. They were pissed. So they fought, right? Well, they were basically pissed off because taxes. They armed themselves and then argued and fought. But then didn't it start with the tea thing? The Tea Party did happen. Yeah, a bunch of patriots. They're called patriots, not the football team. The football team is their namesake, right? My hand egg team. This is what started the revolution. That's what you asked, right? You asked, when did this start? Now, the Tea Party and everything was kind of leading up to that. There was the Boston Massacre, where people tried to peacefully protest and it turned bad, and the Brits ended up shooting a bunch of people in front of Faneuil Hall. And then as a retaliatory thing to that, a bunch of patriots dressed up as Native Americans and went and threw tea in the harbor. That was in the Fort Point Channel. I drove by the 4-Point Channel yesterday. Yeah, that's where this all started, man. It's a super crazy story. These people had enough. They were being taxed into nothing. Like, you guys got to remember, like, a 3% tax back in the day was huge. If you were a farmer, how the hell are you going to pay 3% taxes? You're farming and you're tending to the land, and it's barely enough to feed your own damn family. Like, if you get one bad harvest, that's it. You're screwed. The 3% tax will ruin you. Like, you're ruined. Like, you're dead. Like, there's nothing to give. There's nothing to give. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Sell the food that you need to feed your family? The hell with that crap. Yeah, Tessa, I mean, that's another story, but nobody had a 3% margin. Most of the people in the colonies were farmers. This place was not as urbanized as it is now. Not the Tea Party, the Tea Rebellion. Yeah, it's called the Boston Tea Party, Aitor, in English. I don't know if the translation to Spanish probably doesn't get it exactly right, but... Are we going to talk about the taxes being higher in most of the U.S. post-revolution, or should we just let that be on the side? Well, it's not about being taxed too much, King. It's about no taxation without representation. You're going to pay all these taxes and you're going to see dick in return because you have to pay to the crown. It's not about paying whether you're good with paying taxes or not. Keep in mind, this is in the context of 1775. So if you try to turn this into some modern day thing about why we should have taxes, I will punch you square in the nuts. It's about no taxation without representation. Be careful what you say. I will punch you in the nuts. As hard as I can. You told me where you live. I know where you live. In Minecraft. It's not about paying taxes. It's about no taxation without representation. That's what the American Revolution is all about. Tax this, dude. Founding fathers. Yeah, it's democracy versus representative democracy. Because now, the interesting thing, guys, is that if you look at British history, you look at the history of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was actually one of the, it was, at the time, the United Kingdom was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? We're one of the most progressive countries around. Why are you fighting against us? This is stupid. Because if you go back, well, about 500 years prior, England passed the Magna Carta in, 1215. And what that was the crown officially recognizing the citizens as citizens, right? That was a huge deal. England was seen, the British Empire was seen as a very, very, very progressive thing where you actually have a say in what's going on, right? And the Brits couldn't figure out, well, like, what the hell? Like, wait a minute. What do you mean we can't tax these people into oblivion? They have representation. But once again, the American Revolution was over the amount of representation that you have. No taxation without representation. That's the whole point. The UK is only as progressive as it needs to be to quell rebellions. Yep, that's a good way of looking at that. This is democracy. No, democracy manifest. You're keeping me from enjoying a succulent New England turkey. Heck, England was I believe they were one of the first countries to outlaw slavery. They did that well before the United States did. I see you know your judo well. Are you ready to receive my unfueled rocket? Are you sure it was 3%? Yes. But Clayton, once again, 3% then would be like 50% now. You can't, if we were all paying 50% taxes, none of us would be able to live like that. We'd be screwed, like totally screwed. Remember, these are rural farmers. They're rural farmers. They're just paying, they grow enough food for their family and then maybe make a little bit on the top to get a little bit ahead. A 3% tax not only gets rid of the little bit that you take for yourself, right, to get ahead, but you also now don't have enough food to feed your family if you have to get taxed at 3%. Farming, are there any farm boys out there? You guys tell me. Farming does not have high margins. You do not have a lot of overhead with farming. Even nowadays, with all the mechanized equipment, there's still not a lot of overhead with it. Back then, you're screwed. If your plow breaks with a 3% tax, you're dead. Not screwed, not out of business, not like, oh, I need to go ask the government for help. You're dead. You're screwed. No, nothing. That's why these people got so pissed. That's why the colonists were so pissed off. A lot of the people that fought in the American Revolutionary War on the American side were Englishmen that had served the crown loyally. And they were like, what the hell is this crap? We're all veterans of your stupid freaking foreign war, your forever wars, and you're going to treat us like this? This is bull crap. They didn't want to deal with that crap, and I don't blame them. You do gotta pay like 50% just to do it. Tessa, we're talking about, remember, this is to teach Ator about the American Revolution. We're talking about in context to 1775. Anybody that tries to draw a conclusion to what's going on now is a lukewarm Reddit tier opinion. Stop it. We're here to teach, all right? Not to tell people what's up. But Ator, you want to learn more about the revolution? That's my bread and butter, dude. I grew up here. Yeah, dude, Paul Revere's ride, one if by land, two if by sea. I've been to Paul Revere's house. It's in Boston. It's in the North End. If you want me to go, I'll go and take pictures for you too, if you want. Boston is awesome for Revolutionary War history, man. This is the birthplace of freaking representative republics. It's the birthplace of individualistic freedom. This is I love this. The U.S. started here, man. This is where it started. I've been to the place where the U.S. started. That bridge at Concord. I've walked across it, and that makes me so happy, dude. That's so cool. It's a direct link to the founding of this country. That's awesome. It makes me so happy. Why did Paul Revere get all the credit and most don't know William Dawes' name? Once again, history is a cruel judge, you know what I'm saying? 3% tax in 1773, what does that equal today? A 3% tax then on the margins that you make, Clayton, from farming would be like a 50% tax today. You would, if you were taxed at 50%, you'd tell the government to piss off too, right? All right. Let's enable the pod monopropellant systems. We got 2 good indicator lights. Set the lander as the target. You would tell them to go take a flying leap. Exactly. Dude, these people had nothing. And the founding fathers, one of the reasons. So, okay, Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers. I'll give you an example. Benjamin Franklin went to Ireland a little ways before the Revolutionary War. He went to Ireland and he saw what the Brits did to those people. And he was like, after the Stamp Act and the Boston Massacre, he was like, oh crap, they're going to try to wring us dry. They're going to try to wring us dry to pay for their stupid war that we don't care about. The hell with that, dude. And that's when the colonists started arming themselves. Once again, guys, I say, Clayton, we're talking about context here. The context, people seem to be missing this point. It's no taxation without representation, okay? If you were being taxed 50%, Clayton, and you went in your car and you went to drive down the highway and the highway was a dirt road, you'd be pissed. Because why are you paying all that? What are you paying all this money for? The roads don't work, nothing works. There's no point. Like, what? Why would you do it? It's about no taxation with a representation. I cannot drive that point home hard enough. Yeah, Baramus, that's what you said. A 3% tax rate is a rate of taxation, not a fixed amount of money. So it does not have a direct equivalent of value in today's currency through inflation. The impact of such a tax would depend entirely on the total amount being taxed in the economic context of the time. That's what I'm trying to say. It's all about the context. A 3% margin for a rural farmer, dude, you can't pay that. You can't pay it. It's either feed your family or pay the tax. That's why these people took up arms. That's why they were so damn pissed. Because they're like, you're taxing us into oblivion. Like, do you even care? You even care? We served in wars for you. In fact, a lot of the people that served in wars were given property in the colonies as a reward for their service. That's what the crown did. So these guys are like, what's the point of having all this land if I can't if I can't raise a family? We're dead. Like, we're screwed. There was so much more than just the tax. I understand that, Hellfish, but remember, the whole thing is about showing Aitor. If he's just learning about the Revolutionary War, it's important to understand that that's the gist of it. These people had enough. They had enough. It's too much, man. They were getting taxed basically to the point where it was tough to live, right? And they didn't see any return for this. Like, what's the return on investment? Why am I paying into the crown? That's stupid. If one visited Boston to see the sights, is there a science museum you'd recommend? Science museum? Yeah, the Museum of Science in Boston. It's in Beacon Hill. Yeah, it was a 3%. Yeah, like I said, the catalyst for this, guys, was England coming out of the French-Indian War, a very gruesome war that didn't get... England didn't see it. It wasn't a victory. It was kind of a push. Think of it like Vietnam. Not really... Like, what'd you fight for? You know? It wasn't really a good war. And so, once again, the Crown, in looking to recoup their investment on this war that basically didn't get them anywhere, started taxing the snot out of the colonies. You guys gotta... It really started with what's called the Stamp Act. That was the catalyst for all this. The Stamp Act, they basically said, like, oh, you want to mail something? You have to pay like a third of your salary or something. I don't know the details to the Stamp Act off the top of my head, but that's the idea. All right, I'm rendezvousing the two craft together. But yeah, I love American history, dude. The Revolutionary War is cool, man. The founding fathers were some ballsy melon farmers, dude. Like, and the crazy thing about this, guys, is that the founding fathers, you know, we see pictures of the founding fathers are all old men. They weren't old when this happened, guys. A lot of the people that signed the American Declaration of Independence were 20, 25, 26. Dude, they were just kids, which is bananas to me. Can you think about that? Taking on the crown as a bunch of kids? That's crazy. Hamilton was 18. That's nuts, dude. All this Boston history talk is making you want to play Fallout 4 again. Last. If you need to visit Scotland, you see where your boy Andrew Carnegie came from in Dunfermline and gave his fortune back to. He was the Elon Musk of his... Yeah, Carnegie. Yeah, Carnegie, Westinghouse, Edison. Good stuff, dude. Visit Edinburgh Castle. See the other side of the Civil War stuff. Yeah. The funny thing is that as well is that the Revolutionary War also led to the fall of the French crown. Yep. Dude, that shot. And that's why I think that bridge is so cool in Concord. It's still there. That shot changed the course of history. Completely. Like, whoever decided to pull the trigger that day knew there's no way they could have known the repercussions of this. The modern world is shaped from that shot. Whoever shot first at that bridge. We don't know because it was chaos. Right? Shot heard. Exactly. There's a reason why it's called the shot heard round the world, because it led to toppling the French crown. It led to Napoleon. Like it led to the succession of the 13 colonies. Like, it's the founding of the United States, which that has a little bit of effect on modern history, don't you think? It's absolutely insane. Like, that's what's so damn cool to me. It happened in my frigging backyard, man. It's so cool. It was the butterfly effect bullet. It really is, dude. It's crazy. Like, the repercussions of that shot, dude, is nuts. It's absolutely... I'm here because that person chose to shoot. You know, like, that's why I exist. Which is pretty cool. I think that's super neat. Us landing on the moon is a direct result. The US, the freaking space race is a direct result of that shot. You could trace the lineage right to it, man. That's cool. I think that's fascinating, man. The shuttle is derived from the American Revolution. Yes, 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 that's right. Okay, 0.2 meters a second, 5 meters out. Just reorienting for roll here. Okay. Okay, go for final docking procedure. Oh, nope, stop. We're a little crooked. Is that the result of Cygnus, though? Yes. Like, guys, I didn't really realize until I went and, you know, Rhea and I went, I mean, we took field trips to these museums when I was a lot younger, but I didn't really realize the gravity of that chain of events until Rhea and I went there. Rhea and I were at the 250th anniversary of Lexington and Concord, and it was nuts. Like, you know, we went through all the museums there. We saw where, you know, the Minutemen organized and fought against the British, like, and we saw there was a reenactment and stuff too. It is, these people had enough, dude. It really kind of came into clear context. People had enough. They were gonna get taxed into nothing. They wouldn't have had anything left. There was nothing left. It's super fascinating. Yeah, Aitor, if you wanna learn more about it, dude, you can always pick my brain. Like I said, you want me to go and take pictures of where this happened? I'll take pictures for you. Chop. We have soft capture. Okay. Hard capture confirmed. Okay, first thing we'll do, transfer all the experiments here. Last, please, and thank you. That's right. And have you ever heard of the time slips? The reason I ask is if you ever had a time slip experience and went back to 1773, they had 3 minutes to witness what it was like back then, how would that affect you when you came back to the present? I haven't had to punch a time card in a long time, dude, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Electron, there you go. I've been seeing them, dude. They're awesome pictures. Watching KSP with a history lesson is perfect. I genuinely couldn't think of a better stream. Interesting, Tessa. Luckily for the colonists, the British didn't do very well early on countering guerrilla warfare. The colonists perfected against the natives and the French. That's right. Yep. Yeah, guys, they had Boston basically in a couple of months. And like, once again, you got to think about context of history here. Spring of 1775 is when this happened. By summer of 1775, I'm pretty sure they captured Boston. I just got to double check myself. Yeah. Yeah, March 17th, April 19th, 1775. That's when it started. Yeah, okay, so it was spring of 1776. In a year, they basically bled the Brits out of Boston. The Minutemen never invaded. They never actually invaded Boston. They took the surrounding territory and basically choked them out. The British had to leave. They had no supplies because they got the supplies from the militia, right? Space stuff, let's go. What's up, Myth? Dude, every American should go to Boston. You should go to Boston. You should read about this stuff. It's so humbling. The sacrifice that these crazy melon farmers made is unbelievable. Like, they were just kids. They're just kids. They had nothing left. They said, frick this. Why did you not put the older docking alignment helper built from the iron frames we used back in the day? This is better. These are flags. And they do the exact same thing. Way better. Much better alignment system. So with this, if you notice, Warhammer, look, the flags are slightly tilted out. So what happens is, with this mechanism, the docking port magnetization pulls you together, and the only way you can get the docking ports to snap together is if the pedals are aligned. So as long as you get it close, the docking ports will actually twist and turn during soft capture, and then they'll perfectly align every time. This is a better version of that. Bet most people don't know behind the meaning behind the Star Spangled Banner. Isn't it what Francis Scott Key was in prison and he saw a battle going on? That was off the top of my head, Mutter. I'd have to look. Have you tried re-entry of Spaceflight Simulator on stream? No. Yeah, he was watching a battle during the American Revolution. It was down south, though. I think that was like in South Carolina or something. I forget. That was the War of 1812. That's right. You're right. You're right. Fort McHenry, War of 1812. There you go. He was on a British ship working to release prisoners when the British bombarded Fort McHenry. That's it. Yeah, you guys got it. I'm a little rusty on my history about Paul Revere. He put 2 lanterns up. So there was Paul Revere's ride out to Lexington and Concord was the night before the events that I told you. I'm remembering it now. I think it was the night before, right? So the Old North Church in Boston, Clayton, it's still there. The Old North Church is still there. Same church. What happened? This is the night before this kind of detachment of British troops went out to Concord looking for the guns. Paul Revere and William Dawes' ride was to warn people to put their guns away, hide everything, because the British are coming, right? It was an early warning for that the British Army was coming. The Redcoats were coming. Now, the way he did that was the Old North Church is in a part of Boston called the North End. The North End of Boston is up on a hill. Most of Boston is actually kind of a hilly area. I mean, a lot of it is reclaimed at this point, but at the time, there's a lot of hills. There's Bunker Hill, there's Beacon Hill, there's the North End, right? It's actually pretty hilly. The Old North Church is on top of the hill. So, Paul Revere lived in the North End. The North End is the Italian district of Boston nowadays, but back then it was just another part of the city, right? So, Paul Revere and William Dawes got word that this expedition is going out to take everybody's guns, so there's no rebellion. And he said, the hell with that, right? So what they did was they put lanterns up in the Old North Church. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea, okay? And the Old North Church was there because everybody could see it for miles. That's around Boston. I mean, if all the tall buildings weren't there, you'd still be able to see it, right? Everybody could see it because it was the tallest thing around. So he put the lanterns in the tower to say the avenue in which the British were coming, right? Are they going to sail up the Mystic River, or are they going to march out there? And they marched out there. Hey, Plus, what's going on, man? So what they did was, so the British started marching. Concord is a little ways outside of Boston, guys. If you're walking, it's a little ways. Like if you take a car, you can be there in 15 minutes, right? Just down the Mass Pike to 128. Boom, you're there, no problem. That depends if some moron doesn't crash on the Mass Pike, then it might take 3 hours. I don't know. Anyway, but if you're walking out there, the British started marching at like 3, 4 in the morning. And Paul Revere got out ahead of them by a couple hours, right? and he marched all the way to Lexington. Or, well, not marched. He rode his horse. Him and William Dawes rode his horse, warning everybody, the British are coming, the British are coming, the British are coming, the British are coming. And he eventually did get caught. He got caught. I think he ended up knocking on someone's door that was harboring redcoats. So everybody knows like the First and Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, like freedom of speech, freedom, right to bear arms, etc., etc. Nobody knows about the Third Amendment. So in the colonies, the reason why the Third Amendment is there, all right, I think it's the third one, no quarter, right? The reason quartering is soldiers, that's it. The reason why the Third Amendment is there is because during the colonial times, redcoats could basically come to your house and say, hey, we're the army. We're staying here for the night. You can piss off. The army could basically eminent domain anybody for a place for soldiers to rest. Yeah, that's why the Third Amendment is there. That's why we introduced that. You can't quarter. The government isn't allowed to quarter soldiers on your property against your will. So Paul Revere was knocking around on everybody's door, and he found redcoats. Some redcoats were took over somebody's house, and he knocked on the door and said, "The British are shh." Like, that's the short story. 20 miles as the crow flies. That's a long way. And that actually, the interesting thing, guys, how are you? I'm good, Josh. How are you? I'm loving his Alex answer. Aitor, this is something that's super close to me. One, because it's in my backyard. Two, because I'm an American, man. Every American should know this. You should know this by heart. This is so important to how this country got founded. Why the First, Second, Third, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments to the Constitution are there. They're so important. Like, the reason why the Second Amendment is there is because governments can get tyrannical, right? Like, I know that's a hot button issue now, but remember the context of the time. The British were coming for the guns, dude. They were coming for the guns, so they couldn't do anything. They were coming for them. Like, the militiamen were like, the hell you are. And that's why Paul Revere's ride took place, him and William Dawes in the first place. I feel like a lot of kids these days don't understand how important each amendment is to each other, let alone by themselves. But they're all there because of what the founding fathers encountered up to the revolution and during the revolution. That's why they're there. Yeah, how could be? Yeah, I haven't received my pair of bear arms. How could that possibly be misconstrued? More like Alex's short answer. What did I walk into? Well, Josh Aitor over in chat is learning about the American Revolution, so I kind of started talking about it, and it's one thing that I'm super, super passionate about. I love American military history. That's my favorite. And it started with the American Revolution. And not only that, but I think it's important to teach this stuff. It'll put a lot of things in context as to why the US is the way it is, if you understand what happened during the Revolution. There was a huge argument over whether or not there should have been a Bill of Rights. Yep. The first 5 amendments were responses to issues with the British Army government pre-revolution. Bingo. Yep. Like implicating others in court. The Brits had kangaroo courts. If they thought you were guilty, frick you, dude. Guilty until proven innocent. Right? If they wanted to chalk you up on some kangaroo charge, you're screwed. There's nothing you could do about it. That's why the Fifth Amendment exists. It's really important to understand that. I mean, I say Fifth Amendment and people just think Chappelle Show nowadays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, like, still funny. The fourth and the fifth. That's right, Hellfish. Yeah. Aitor, this stuff is awesome. It's so cool how this country became a thing. You know, it's Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's correct. Yep. I plead the fifth. Yeah, right. I'm a little sad that during high school in the Netherlands, we only got to learn about the major European events, local history, world wars, but not about the history as like the US or some other countries are founded. Wally, yeah, simultaneously, dude, we glazed over European history, which is complete bullcrap, dude. my modern world history class in high school just glazed over everything. Like, there's so much freaking history to Western Europe. It's absurd. Like, I kind of get it because you're not covering that in a semester, but also, like, you know, how many times the French and the British duked it out. You know, the Holy Roman Empire, we kind of glazed over all of that. The Holy Roman Empire is before that. I understand that there's two different periods of history. I get it. But also, right, we basically went from late antiquity, kind of glazed over the Dark Ages, and then got to modern world history. I was like, modern world history for us, basically, in American class, basically started with World War One. I mean, there's the, well, Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War I, World War II, you know? Yeah, Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers should be required reading, Hellfish. It should be. If you don't pass U.S. history, you're not getting a diploma. It should be like that. Like, I mean, that kind of is like that, but you get what I'm trying to say. One of my favorite subjects is the founding of the United States. Dude, it is wild. It is wild. That's, you know, it's wild that the founding fathers were just dudes. They were just dudes that kind of had enough of this crap. Like, you had a couple of intellectuals like Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and stuff, but these dudes were just regular dudes that just had enough. They were just like, all right, the hell with this crap. This is ridiculous. Why are we doing this? Like, you can empathize with it. It's really, really cool. Just dudes playing a dude disguised as another dude. We had European history already, but it wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, it was either that or I didn't pay attention. It might have been me not paying attention, but yeah, we kind of, maybe EJ glazed over it, but yeah. We had a ancient world history and then modern world history. We kind of skipped over the Dark Ages, you know? But like, Wally, the reason why I bring this up is because, you know, there's the Netherlands and Belgium, right? Two different countries. But I'll be damned if like the average American can understand why they're two different countries. You know, they're very similar, right? But they're not. The reason why the Netherlands and Belgium exist is because of Catholicism versus Protestantism. Belgians are Catholic. The Netherlands is Protestant. That's the whole reason that there's a big border there. I didn't know any of that until when, you know, the Kerbal developers flew us out to Amsterdam, and I went, dude, when I go to a museum, I go to town. I go to town in that damn museum, and I read every single freaking exhibit, and I absorb all that information. I didn't know that. Had no idea. Yeah, the Napoleonic War, the French moving north plays a bit. Yeah, exactly, dude. I have a copy of the Declaration, Constitution, Bill of Rights, and the Federalist Papers on a book in your nightstand. That's awesome, Tikani. Everybody should know this. And I'm not saying everybody should know this, like, you need to think this way. No, you should know it, and you should read it, and you should understand it. And, you know, how that applies to modern political discourse, that's up to you. I'm not trying to teach you how to think. I'm not trying to teach you what to think. I'm trying to teach you how to think. William Dawes, Sam Prescott, Israel Bissell, big names. Yep. Prescott was the only one to reach Concord. Bissell rode 345 miles to warn people as far south as Philly. Bananas, dude. Crazy, man. Like, U.S. history should be a whole thing. Like, every American in high school should take a field trip to Boston. Like, you should have to. It should be mandatory because we kept a lot of the places where this happened intact. We got to get these guys home, and we will. It's a national. It is a national park in Concord. It's right next to Hanscom. It's over here. So Boston is over here. Concord and Lexington are out here. So, yeah, see, this is where the American Revolution started, right here. It's a national park. You can't, like, we purposely didn't build anything there. The bridge is over here. The cool thing is that all those Revolutionary War farms a lot of them are still there. You can tell where some developments have been made, but where the heck is the bridge? It's right around Concord. There it is. Got it. Right there, dude. That's where it started. Right there. I got a question for you. When launching, what reference frames do rockets use for a ascent to orbit? Do they switch frames of reference? There's a reason why they say guidance is internal. Closed loop guidance? Yes. Happens multiple times. I wish I had the appreciation for learning history and other stuff when I was a kid. Yeah, Wally, super interesting. Yeah, we had the Romans skimmed over William in 1066. Yeah, like Tessa, the Magna Carta was like just some pop quiz question for us. Like, that's bullcrap, dude. The entire Western world is the way that it is because the British passed the Magna Carta in 1216. There is that is a pillar of Western civilization. Like, dude, you should have spent a month on that. Like, it drives me up the freaking wall, man. Have you ever learned about the Fenian raids? Many of them were from your area, but it's rarely discussed even in Canada. I don't know what that is, dude. Yeah, Magna Carta was the foundation for individualism, which is a Western principle. That's individualism versus collectivism, right? That is the Magna Carta basically put in place the framework for you to be an individual person and have a say in your government. And the Brits did it almost 1,000 years ago. Read your last. What's up, Warhammer? In Switzerland, we learned a lot about how the USA got founded, but we took your democratic rules as a blueprint. The funny thing was, I knew most of the stuff already from playing Assassin's Creed 3. Hey, whatever, man. Video games are a good teacher, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. Video games are an excellent teacher. All right, we transferred the science. Let's get the crew back over here. There we go. Is that where Fallout 4 Sanctuary Hills would be? Yes. Yes. The bridge. That's the entrance to Sanctuary Hills is in Concord. Yeah. Yep, that's where Fallout 4 starts, dude. You know, it'd be interesting to, like, find out how many times a single person's actions truly change the entire course of the world. Noble, I could do entire history lessons on this stuff. Maybe we should. Screw it. We want to go into history, teaching history. I don't mind that. I love history. History's badass. It's important to learn from it. Like, what kills me is that somebody that loves history, to see people make the same mistakes out of naivety to history. Like that. Dude, human behavior is human behavior. It's almost predictable to an extent,
I'm in space.
right? But if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it, right? I forget who said that, but that's true. Nice, King. That's awesome. We should do that again. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. It's a joke. Relax. Oh, that's cool, Tessa. Only if you wear a tricorn hat while doing it. I'd do that. I'll dress up like Paul Revere. I don't care. History J. But another important thing to understand is, like, if you don't understand history, you're doomed to repeat it. Even if you do understand it, history never repeats, but it rhymes. That's the two big ones. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Absolutely. Look at spaceflight history, guys. It don't repeat, but it rhymes. The reason why Apollo 13 had problems is because some bonehead dropped the life support systems on the floor when he was putting the capsule together. And then installed the damn thing anyway. Cracked the Teflon seal in the tank. And then proof testing it made it worse. And then when they went to stir the tanks on Apollo 13, it blew up. Look at the Delta II. The Delta II launching the GPS-2R satellite in 1997. It failed miserably because someone dropped an SRB and cracked the casing. and then decide to be like, yeah, no, it's good. It's fine. It's fine. I inspected it. It's good. Same bull crap, different flavor. History doesn't repeat. It rhymes. That's very important to understand. Ship 36, someone dropped the COPV and it failed. It failed because it cracked the casing. That's what I mean. Dude. It happens, dude, even with spaceflight. Yeah, pounding the IMU in upside down. There you go. And having the Proton launch and turn upside down and crash into the ground. So what does bullcrap taste like? Bad. No, I didn't, Tessa. It doesn't matter. Anyway, let's get these Kerbals home. I do believe we have all the science off of the Ascent component here. Let me just double check. Yeah, we have everything. Excellent. How would you feel if Jack got you a flintlock, a proper revolutionary spec? It'd be kind of cool. But... It's actually a really good race. Not what I heard. I don't care, though, Tessa. I think I'd rather watch paint dry. Can be difficult to learn in mass. Yeah. It'd be crazy that someone tripped inside a Ship 36 and banged their head onto a COPV and that's why it exploded. Nah. Your head isn't hard enough to crack a COPV, Ator. Alright. We can separate from the Ascent component here. And we will deorbit this. No, Pop Bulldoze. I haven't seen it, but I know Scott's about that life. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so long Ascent component, you're on suborbital. We do not need you anymore. Okay, cool. Let's get this capsule home. We have 1013 Delta V. What the hell's wrong with the parachute? Whatever. So first thing we'll do is dial in 300 meters a second, because that's generally what it, actually, no, not 300, that's the moon. It should be about 150 to break Minmus's gravity from here. I'm going to redial in that ejection angle. I'm gonna dial us back and try to get us a little bit more of an efficient trajectory here. I don't like it. I don't like the phasing. Let's go back over here. Let's set this 2 to 3 orbits ahead.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Rocket, what's going on, man? Long time no see. How you been? Little stuff. Needed a break from all things KSP, but you're back. I mean, so did I, dude. I know what you mean. We might hear the explosion of the MF2 lander hitting. Nope, didn't hear it. I don't like reinserting around Kerbin and Polar into a polar orbit, guys, so what I'm going to do is... I mean, Rocket, I took a break, too. After the whole catastrophe with KSP, I took a break for about 18 months, dude. I got back into it, I don't know, 2-3 months ago. Fly against Polar. You're not going to get really a precise return. But yeah, Aitor, if you want me to go take pictures of these places, dude, I'll go. They're not far away. You know, if you have a report to do on the American Revolution, I can get you pictures. Get you pictures of where all this stuff happened. It'd be, I think, I don't know. If you want, it's up to you. Yeah, exactly, Rocket. Coming back from... I'm going to change my orbit around Minmus into a 0-degree inclination. I don't like trying to reinsert from a 15-degree inclined orbit around Minmus, which is 6 degrees inclined relative to Kerbin's equator. It's going to get you a polar insertion, and I don't really want that. I'm trying to... I really want to get some good spec on getting this capsule back to KSC, or at least next to the island runway. That's really my target landing area. I don't really have a lot of good data on doing a skip with this thing, but it's okay. There is no KSP2. Amen, brother. Amen. PJ Freedom Trail stream. It's pretty cool, plus. Plus, you're still local, right? I'm doing a report on the Battle of Midway. Can you get some photos? Now, I live near Boston, but unfortunately, I do not live near the Battle of Midway. I don't think anyone lives near the Battle of Midway. There is no KSP2, only Zool. No, Sawyer's awesome, man. I'm trying to get us more or less aligned with Minmus's equatorial plane. A 1.0 inclined orbit relative to Minmus equator should be fine. Should be a lot easier to get a good insertion, a precise insertion here. So what I'm going to do, we'll dial in again. I don't think it needs to, I mean, I think we can go forward with this thing. Much better. Much better. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, there you go, priceless. Can you do a museum stream back together to Days with Us? Yeah, the pandemic killed that. And we just haven't really done them since. Trying to be as efficient as possible here so we could do a more precise reinsertion. Hey, Airborne, what's going on? God, what's going on? Streamerman still needs to do a US, yeah, the US Air Force Museum. I know. Just, I'm trying to dial in what's called an ejection angle here, guys. That's... You get the right ejection angle, you don't need to do this for a lot of Delta V. There we go. $158. That should give us enough to recircularize, guys. Yeah, we can use the service module to recircularize and do a precise deorbit. I designed the SM to do stuff like this just in case, to make up for the fact that it's hard. It's going to be tough to get a proper trajectory for coming back from Minmus. We're years past the pandemic. Yeah, I know. I know we're years past the pandemic. Thank you. I can look at a calendar. John, it's not that. It's DOS is running NSF now. So when are we going to have the time to do this? And I need to step up my game with NSF too. When the heck is that going to happen? You're going to play the public alpha of KSA when it's out. I have it right now, Tessa. Happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps, 250th. There you go. Roll VFTs into NSF. Oh, yes, just do that. That's going to take time, and it's going to take planning. I'm not saying no for what it's worth, guys, but that should be able to give you guys some context as to why we haven't done them. But, I mean, you guys are playing dense on purpose because, oh, no, we just want you to do VFTs. I get it. Okay. I know you didn't, Hellfish, but I get it, dudes. I get it. You want to see VFTs, all right? That's not something that's easily just accomplished, you know? Give us some time. All right, moving the Taurus capsule into position. Okay, here we go. Arming the SPS. SPS is on. Nine days, 3 hour 53. KSC is going to be over here. So that means we're coming down on land with this trajectory. Yeah, I mean, Fat Electrician kind of does that. It's kind of his thing, dude. I don't know, but I find that I do explain stuff kind of like him. Just by sheer coincidence, dude. I didn't know about Fat Electrician until, you know, relatively recently. I'd say like last year, maybe. Yeah, we could, I mean, I'll think about it, dude. 895 meters a second. We're about 60, no, a little more than 60, about 70 short. SM is just a smidge short. I'm thinking we're going to have to skip. So the Revolutionary War explanation slightly mirrored Fat Electrician's style. It's just the way I explain things similar to how Nick does, dude. I don't know him, dude, but yeah, he's a good dude. I like Fat Electrician a lot. Awesome channel. Dude, his video about Chosen Reservoir the other day, I did not know about that. I didn't know about that. Those guys went through hell and back. It's pretty messed up. Nice, Chris. You live near the Battle of Bannockburn and Stirling Bridge, where William Wallace and Robert Bruce fought. Nice. Cool. Retreating? Nah. We're advancing in another direction, baby. We're surrounded. There's no retreat here. Freaking chesty puller, dude. Unbelievable. What a bad melon farmer that guy was. Anyway. Yeah, Rugark, right? Yeah, dude, that's it, man. Those guys, unfreaking real, dude. How did they live? How did they live? How did they live? How is that possible? Like, it's like minus 40 degrees out, and just I don't know. It's just fighting that.
Discovery, go and
just fighting that. It's fine. You'll be fine. Surrounded? No. Target-rich environment. Yeah. Anyway, I'm thinking about what I want to do with this, guys. So, look. One rotation of Kerbin is 6 hours. Or a 6 hour rotation is 1 day on Kerbin. So we're 9 days, 3 hours out. Our node is over KSC. So 9 days, 3 hour, 49 minutes means KSC is going to be 9.5 rotations. So we could get rid of the 9.5 rotations, right? If it was just 9 rotations, we'd be over KSC when we were coming back, right? Straightforward stuff. But it's 9 hour 3 minute 49. There 9 days to 3 hour 49 minutes. So that means KSC is going to be almost 4/6 or 2/3 of the way from its position right now. That means KSC is going to be over here. And that will put us, I don't like the idea of re-entering this capsule over land. So we kind of got a little bit of a problem here. Now, we have 813 meters a second delta V left with our service propulsion system, and a little bit more with monopropellant. Denny, 88-month reset, 88 miles per hour! Take me to the brig, I want to see the real Marines, that's right. So 895 is what we'd need for a recircularization here. So, and then if I recircularized at 100 by 100, we would need to do a 60 meters a second deorbit burn to do the precise trajectory that we're looking for. So we got to think, there's some stuff to think about here. We have enough to come back down, but do we have enough to come back down in the right place? Now, what we could do We have 813 meters a second left. We need 60 to come back down in a more or less equal spot. Right? What's 813 minus 60? That would give us... a 753. So what happens if we take this burn and we set it to 753 meters a second delta V, the circularization burn? Right there, give or take. That puts our apoapsis up at 337. From there, we could use, if we burn at AP and we time it right, we might have to do 2 to 3 orbits, but we have the consumables in the service module, right? Can't you set your P to 70?
Discovery,
Yes, we
go
can
and
do
throttle
that.
up.
It won't take that much. Let's just go 72 and change. And then dial in a 750 meters a second delta V burn here. And that with the monopropellant will still give us a way down, and we could afford to be a little bit more precise. We might have to do 1 to 2 orbits here. But once again, we have plenty of fuel, so I'd like to think that we have a lot of consumables left on this. There's no life support in this game. But yeah, I don't really want to keep the capsule free drifting for a long period of time. Not a too incredibly long period of time, but yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, this should do us right. I'm happy with this. We'll be able to dial in the trajectory, at least to be able to come down in water. I don't want the capsule to land on land. If you land in the mountains, you're going to land on the mountains, the parachutes go, and then the capsule rolls down the mountains. I'm not risking an orange suit. We're not doing that. So this is what we're going to do. So let's warp to here. There's the moon. Now, with that all being said, we got to get a little bit better at dialing in precise landings with this. But that has to do with phasing, and then that gives us a launch time and stuff, which is something we got to take into account. But all right, let's reorient the capsule for the SPS firing. Redbeard, your back hurts so bad today, and I have no idea why. I woke up sounding like an old man. I'm only 25. Get an inversion table, dude. Hang upside down. Or, Redbeard, sit in a chair. Sit in a chair. Put your hands on the armrests and do this. It decompresses your spine. Oh, feels so good. I do that all the time. Because I have back problems. Lift with your legs, guys. Redbeard, if you got up and your back hurts like crazy to the point where you really can't, you're not like fully mobile, you probably herniated a disc. Don't screw around with that. Also, enjoy back pain for the rest of your life. Could you use your desk if it's strong enough to hold you? How old is your mattress? Yeah, too. Replace your mattress if your mattress has a divot in it from where you sleep. Don't do that. You can throw your back out with poor sitting posture and not even realize it until you stand up. That's correct. Yeah, herniated discs suck. Okay. Hey, Flavia, what's up? Okay, we are 40 seconds to surface propulsion system firing here. It's a relatively new mattress with memory foam built in. I don't know if it's... Yeah, you probably just slept wrong, dude. But seriously, though, if that pain keeps happening, go see a doctor. You do not want to screw around with a herniated disc. Because if it fully herniates, it could pinch a nerve in your spine. Gonna have a bad day. Take it. Don't screw around with back pain. Okay, 5 seconds to the burn. Yeah, we're coming back from Minmus, Flavia. Yeah, and if the bone grows around that pinched nerve, hello operation. Exactly. Don't screw around with that. Nice haircut, looks good. Thanks, man. What do you think this word means? Bazin is kid. You're playing a banjo on a park bench. I have no idea, dude. Yeah, see? Look where we would have come down. We would have come down in the mountains. That would have been bad. This, especially if we came down in this chuck over here, no good. Very bad. So now, we're going to be up at AP, which is at 3:37. We're going to be up there in about 18 minutes. So what we can do, I'm going to shut off the SPS because we still need that for a deorbit burn when we get to it. Right? We should be able to use the O-berth effect here to dial in a more or less right trajectory. We usually burn at 30. You know what? I'll just dial in 30. That way I absolutely know we're coming down in the ocean right here. I'm good with that. Cool. And with that being said, let's maneuver our capsule into position to do this deorbit burn. We're just deorbiting from a slightly higher altitude here, which means we're going to be a little bit steeper. I'm not worried about stress on the heat shield. We have a full ablator on board on purpose because this capsule is designed to come back from wherever. How do you like this chair? A viewer actually gave this to me, Rocket. Yeah, this is a great chair. Good lumbar support, speaking about your back. I haven't had back problems in a good while. Except that one time. But that's another story. Memory foam. Noble 7. Can't fail with memory foam. Okay. Minmus Expedition 1 year. Go for deorbit burn. Yeah, this is probably gonna land us. Yeah. This should be okay. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to set this to 25. We need, because we're coming back from a slightly higher apogee. 26 should be good. Okay. Stand by for service propulsion system jettison. Enabling the capsule tanks. Okay, we are go for SPS jettison. SPS jettison confirmed on time. Reorienting the capsule with the yaw control thrusters. Okay, stand by for entry interface. We have entry interface. Roll control thruster systems are operable.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
For now, guys, I don't care if they don't come down next to KSC, especially coming back from here. There's KSC right there. I really only care if they come down in the water. That's all I want. $72 from Pop. That's more hairs than on EJ's head. Yeah, it's because I got a haircut. Currently using the heating pad. Ice, Redbeard. Heating pad, then ice, then heating pad, then ice. Alternate back and forth. No recovery plane boat. It's a career mode save yarg. It's not mission mode. I'm not sure if we do, Penta. The hell is that? Oh, it's a service module. I was like, what the hell did it? Well, how did it get in front of us? Yeah, we just popped in a little bit further downrange, but we're still in the kind of bay area where Space Center is. Oh crap, we changed the jelly water. We changed the water effects. I never tested the capsule after we changed the water effects, guys. Do you remember? We changed it so it's back to regular water. All right, well, let's see what our fall speed is, and then we'll it should be okay, but I don't like should be okay. Should be okay isn't good enough. What is the temp of that thing? And when the temperature on this, you could actually see it. We could see the temperature on it. But I don't know in Kerbal. I know what it is in real life. It's about 1600 C. Why would you change that? Jelly water was awesome. Because it was unrealistic and stupid. Good luck, everybody. We got drugs. I won't cut the drogue shoots like I usually do, guys. Got a good drogue inflation. Mains. Stand by for the main shoots to unfurl. Everything's looking good, man. Yeah, this should be okay. I'm gonna jettison the heat shield. We never tested that, but I'm still gonna do it just to be absolutely 100% sure. It blew off the docking port. That's what that explosion was. We lost the docking port. But it's okay. We're not reusing the capsule anyway. Hey, there's the moon. Nice. 6-8. Yeah, we're good now. We are all set, dudes. It's just an ablative docking port, that's all. 6.7. $40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Got a good splashdown. Minmus Expedition 1 crew is home. That was me trying to dump monopropellant, guys. All right. We should have a cornucopia of science on board. Let's see. It's the science missions do suck. That sucks that happened, but it's just a plethora. Efe, what is a plethora? 616 total. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, let's go. Val didn't get the star. Oh no. And we have over 2 million in the bank, dudes. So you know what that means. Boom. Oh yeah, no more part count. No more part count restrictions. We can build as big as we want now. Minmus is awesome for science. I've ground out most of my science from there too, Zoo. That was the first manned mission, but we did a lander. We got every biome with a lander. Uncrewed lander. In your mission mode, do you give your Kerbals a mandatory recovery time post-mission? Yeah, it's not a rule, but yes. And we could get more science from around the VAB. That's right. We can get better solar panels. Better plane parts. Better structural parts. Pad is fully upgraded, yep. How long do you do the heating pad? 15 and 15. I don't know, King. I got an idea about what I want, but... Get the science experiments first. Then see if you can get the landing feet. What? I already have all the... We can't go any further unless we upgrade the R&D. Dude, that's 3.38 mil.
Discovery.
Really enjoying this career playthrough. Personally, so much better than mission mode. I disagree, but all right. I'm glad you like it. I don't know, King. We'll see. Have you done any interplanetary missions yet? No. My comms network is not built out good enough to do something like that. Upgrading, getting plane parts, guys. Better plane parts might not be the worst idea. Yeah, upgrading all that might not be the stupidest thing to do. Then we could get planes and fly around and go get our build out better tracking stations. What do you use planes for? I use them to build ground stations, Tuzu. And you can get some science from them as well. It would probably be a good idea to unlock the burner engines too. Okay, all right, yeah. I'm thinking about what I want to do with the architecture. Nuclear engine would be good, but we really don't have a big enough rocket to be able to really take advantage of that. We need a super heavy launch vehicle to launch the nuclear transfer stage. So I don't want to do that. Having the 375 tanks, not a bad idea. That's actually super useful. We could do stuff with that. We could start building out a bigger launch vehicle. But I really want to wait until we get the 5-meter tanks. The 5-meter stuff is really what I want for the big guy, you know. This one is just the inflatable airlock and shielded docking port. The only good thing that has is the modular girder segment, so that's low on my priorities. This has my hinges and bigger fairings, along with all the structural pieces, and the flat flag. That's high on my priorities. I would like that, so you could build out some better architecture. Building out an airplane for better research around KSC and better ground stations, probably a good idea too. Rover wheels, I mean, that's just the inflatable heat shield and the big landing gear. I'm not really, whatever. That's low on my priorities. These rover wheels here with the Rove Mate, not a bad thing to do. This one is only worth it for the burners. That one's not really high on my priorities. This has better solar panels. It has the circular solar panels, so I might want to utilize that. Our big thing, guys, is we really need to redesign the lander. I am not happy with the descent module that we made. I'm really not too keen on it, especially with what happened after the last lunar mission that we did 2 weeks ago. Don't like it. The ascent module did not have enough to go back up, so I'm scrapping that service module derived design, and I'm going to do something else. I don't like it. The SM derived design is great for Minmus. It's not great for the moon. And there's still plenty of science we can farm off the moon there. Do you know when the KSA public pre-alpha build is releasing? I have no idea. Soon. It's soon. Hang on one second. Hang on, I got a message. Anyway, links up in Discord. Yeah, I saw it, dude. I just saw it. Let's see. The solars are high on my priorities. I want my capsule to have the circular solar panels because that looks cool. No, sir. I don't like it. The Werner engines are going to be... Now I'm happy with the monoprop systems. That's fine. We don't necessarily need that. The plane parts could be useful, dudes. But if we were going to do it, I would want to unlock this, this, and this. You know? That'll get us what we're looking for. Gets us pretty much everything but like the really high level stuff, like the pre-cooler, arrow spike, cone intake, the trash can, and the whiplash. And then the shuttle parts are over here. Rocket's like, I like planes. Yeah, I know, right? Planes are pretty cool. What do you think about the GTA 6 delay? I don't know if laugh. I don't mean to be that guy, but I'm starting to think that GTA 6 is gonna be Duke Nukem forever. The more they delay GTA 6, the more the hype is going to be, and eventually you're gonna get to a point where the hype is going to be too high and the game will not meet expectations. I made an Avro arrow in the engineering mode save, King. I made it once because you pestered me to make the stupid thing. You don't remember this? Actually, no, maybe I didn't. Maybe I made it before that. I made the arrow before. Rockstar just canned a bunch of their senior development team for GTA 6 as well. So, not a good sign, I will say. I don't know how it's going to transpire from here. Yeah, Yard, right. My expectations are not high for GTA 6, to be honest with you guys. Canning a lot of senior, canning 30, they canned 34 people at Rockstar North, 34 of the developers, a lot of them in senior development positions from what I understand. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't want to know. Not a good sign though. Maybe it was somebody else named King pestering me, King. I don't remember. Oh boy. All right, let's see. I think I want the better solar panels. $380. No, those are expensive. Maybe not. This tech tree makes no sense. Sometimes. Yeah, Ninja Dan, yeah, you ain't kidding, man. It's not time for interplanetary. I don't have better tracking stations. We don't have good tracking stations. I'm gonna unlock plane parts, I've decided. Yep. There we go. I made the decision. A better communication's an option. Yes. No, they're not an option. Yeah, of course, dude. I have the K92 loaded here. Can we... I do believe we have everything for this thing, the K92. We could start putting this thing to work. The only thing we don't have are flat flags. I would really like to use this thing. I never used it in any mission modes or career modes or anything. It's a great recovery vehicle. Okay. I know what we can do for now. What we can do is get the lizard out. Yeah, I know, Nathan. The tech tree is kind of stupid at times. It doesn't need a runway test, so we could take off from the launch pad. Hey, Chief, I'm doing all right, man. Let's get the lizard out and we'll start. We can explore. There's different biomes. There's the tanks around the VAB and whatnot. We can get some science from that. In mission mode, Rocketology, my mission mode saves. We did a modded tech tree as well. Just because, yeah, some of this doesn't make any sense. How did they... why are I-beams such a late game thing? That never really made sense to me. But it is what it is. What was that aviation museum that you gave us a tour through a few months back or so? Pima. That was the Pima Air and Space Museum. It's in Tucson. It's one of the most legendary museums around, dude. You'd be hard pressed to find a better museum in the U.S. There's only two that are better, in my opinion: the Smithsonian and the U.S. Air Force Museum. This is the lizard. The Museum of Flight is in my top 5, but it's not the top 3. Pima Air Force Museum and the Smithsonian are my top 3 aviation museums in the country. Museum of Flight is definitely right after that, and then Evergreen's right after that. How was your weekend? It was all right, man. Is there going to be space news
Going
tonight?
throttle up.
Yes. 95, 95, 95, 68 month resub. Buh. What's up, man? Buh. Yeah, we got a Falcon 9 launch at 10 tonight. Yep. It's the Starlink 6-87 out of Slick 40. I have not played Reentry 1.0. Many of people have linked me to it today already. I'm good. Hey Ryan, what's going on? The Warbird Museum is a pretty good time too, yeah. I know that the tank is a thing. We just gotta... EJ needs to look at grounded. EJ needs to play what EJ wants. And right now I want to play 2 games. Kerbal and Battlefield. Yeah, see, there it is. VAB round tank. Nice. Oh, he's got to reset the experiments. That's kind of neat, Rocky. But yeah, I'm good. I'm just gonna play the game. Pima does not have the shuttle in it. No. Oh, that's Udvar Hazy, Drunar. Yeah, that's the Smithsonian. I remember the Mark 1 pod. But do you remember the Alamo? Yes. I remember. All right, where else can we go? Hey, Javo. Hope you're doing better. I gotta miss early hours tomorrow, guys, but I'll be around for space news. After that, I gotta make one last trip up into Boston. And then after that, we should be good. Yeah. Should be good. Schedule should be open pretty much until Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving vacation. The last week of November, I'm going to be away. Late November is when we visit Primo's family. So we should, barring tomorrow, we should have a solid 2 weeks of stream up until the holiday. And then December, 3 more weeks of solid stream, barring no bull crap. And then I'll take some time off for Christmas. And yeah, pretty much we'll be here. Bring you back some turkey. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Ren, what's up, man? Whoa, holy poo, 127-month resub. Okay, I think that's all the new VAB biomes. There's the tanks in the memorial. We got main building in VAB Prime, so you got laid off work though. Got to start working on your resume. I'm sorry, man. All right, how much science did that give us? Like I said last week, don't need details because it's none of our business, but I hope you and Primo and Titan are all fine. Should be okay post tomorrow, dude. Yeah, everything should be fine. That 2 weeks was probably the worst 2 weeks of my life. Yeah, I'd say the worst. By a long shot. Yeah, it was not fun, dude. It takes a lot to get me to not stream, dude. It takes a lot. It's the worst 2 weeks of your life so far. I forget, Pigeon. Yeah, Tessa, it was awful. Just awful. Yeah, awful. Rescue Billy Bobrod from the orbit around Billy Bobrod? That's a name? Yeah, we're taking that. We're taking it. Billy Bobrod. Joe's distant cousin, yeah, right. It's Monday, Nick. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Stuart, it should be okay. Build a new orbital station around the moon, have a processing lab, and a viewing cupola. What's a Monday?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Phone Zister, what's up, man? 64 months, 73 total. Thanks, buddy. All right, that's the only mission I'm going to take for now. So we got to think about this. We got to redo that lander. That lander is caca. We should do another mission out to the moon. But Billy Bob Rods are on Minmus. Nice, Fun Sister. That's neat. Jedwig needs rescues and he's around the moon. Do you like Armageddon the movie? It's good as a movie. It's terrible as a space movie. Actually, let's be real. It's not even that good as a movie. Rescue Elibles and Elibles craft from orbit around Minmus. Don't even know what to say. What's up, Goalie? All right. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to reset these contracts. I might pull the Explorer Eve one just to get it, but 15K free from science data around Kerbin and 80K for planting a flag. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Monday's catching up to me. You could land by the last moon lander and add solar to the experiments. Yeah, we'll send out another mission to the moon, but I gotta redesign the descent module, dude. I don't like it. I have to redo it. Was Stroll driving? No, it's Ericsson's fault. Plant flag on the moon. I'll take Explorer Eve. Science data from space around Kerbin. Might as well get Jedwig while we're there. I kind of have to see what kind of orbit he's in. Elibles. And we need to get his craft as well. This was a JPM running into a jet dryer. I remember that race. Need a payload bay for that one. Open fairing with a heat shield on it, Tessa. And a claw inside of the open fairing. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, park there, mate. Yeah, right.
Oh, that's not going to be bad at all.
Yeah, I see the size listed, guys. I saw it. It's not big. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So we're gonna do a crewed mission out to the moon, and we're gonna do a crewed mission out to Minmus as well. But each one of these missions, let me think about how we're gonna do this. That's gonna take some planning. Should do that when I have a fresher mind. What missions do we still want to run? Oh my gosh. What's that, Bandit? Finish him! Nice. We did get 92 science from that lizard run. That's pretty good, man. Did he get driving back on the track after that? No. Yeah, let's re-roll the missions. Nothing there. All those missions that we just did is not necessarily low-hanging fruit, dude. That's all. With the new orbital station around the moon. Facility supporting 14 Kerbals. Oh, all these are terrible. Cool. Keep rolling. EJ looks different somehow. Build a new surface outpost on Minmus. Processing lab, facility for 11 Kerbals, processing lab, viewing cupola, have 3 pilots on the outpost. Outpost must be on motorized wheels, maintain stability for 10 seconds. All right. The good thing is now with the VAB, we're not hampered by part count, so we can get a lot more high fidelity with our builds, which is why I want to redo my descent module. Oh yeah, science data from surface, from our space around Kerbin. Yeah, we should probably get that figured out. The hell is this? Okay. Those are all upper stages. Dinklesat. That was the heat shield? Oh yeah, maybe. Why did we get science from it? Because it ablated, perhaps? Dinklesat. Oh, green sandstone retrieved from Minmus. We got that one too. Sweet. Dinklesat. You just did 15 minutes of ice time for more heating pad, really hoping I slept funny. This isn't the start of chronic back pain. I hope so, man. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, dude. How cold is it getting up there? It was warm today, but it should go down to 30 this week. All right, well, that's cool, dudes. I really just wanted to get the rest of this mission figured out. So here's what we'll do. It's almost 4 o'clock here. You know what? No, let's go a little bit longer. I think I'll redesign the descent module. The ascent and descent module for the moon now that we have a little bit more part count. Did we hit the mid-60s yesterday here in November? It was crazy warm. That's about how warm it was here over the weekend. Yeah. That's about how warm it was over the weekend here, Yard. Yeah. Dude, I live near the ocean. We don't get much snow. Cal, what's going on, man? Yeah, they're downright balmy, yeah. You don't want to accept the Moonstone mission? Yeah, we might as well. It's just, it's going to take a long time to basically get out the concept of operations for all this stuff, for these missions. There is something I wanted to do in the meantime, though. All right, here's what I found. I figured out something we could do before we go and run those missions. We have Condor 9. We basically brought it back for this save. Pretty good. What I want to do is make that fairing the route part, and then we can get rid of the Science Junior. And we can get rid of the lander. We don't need that. This is the payload attachment fitting. There we go. Have you finished those errands, Aaron? No, I have not finished with those errands. I will never be finished with those errands. Don't you understand that? Don't you get it, you crustaceous cheapskate? I know that's a different, but you get the idea. All right, let's muck around with Condor 9 here. Can you use the Falcon 9 Super Booster now that there's an unlimited part count? MLV? Oh, Condor 9 is kind of like Falcon 9, dude. That's what it's supposed to be like. 50 years ago, the Edmund Fitzgerald sank in Lake Superior. Yep. Hold on a second. So, as far as the 375 fairing, no, we're gonna need to use Condor 9 for a little bit longer, and then we could use this. The big parts are the 375 fairing and the panel right there. Other than that, everything here should be unlocked. We're using a skipper engine? Yeah. The panels are the only things that I'm really seeing that we don't have unlocked. That's it. Oh no, you gotta use Condor 9 for a little bit longer. I'm so upset. So sad. Yeah, if we could get MLV up and running for this save, this thing is nuts. It's got Falcon 9 landing legs, dudes. Like straight Falcon 9 landing. They work exactly like Falcon 9s. It's the same exact thing. It's just Kerbalized. What we could do. Yeah, that might be hard to do with Condor. Hold on. Let me see. Is MLV unlock even doing crewed missions? Not really. It's the ground stations that are going to be the big issue here, man. Now that'll do it. I mean, the other thing we could do is, well, now we need the 375 plate, so we're gonna have to use this for, yeah, we gotta use this for a little bit longer. But if we have to use Condor 9 for a little bit longer, guys, why design the landing legs for it, man? Why do it? I only really need to do maybe one more. Here, let's save the prototype file there. I really only need to do like one more mission, more or less, to do this. Like this. Yeah, if I just unlocked that, I didn't think about it. If we had unlocked this, we could have just done MLV right now. We could have, that has all the parts that we need. I already have all the engines for it unlocked. Condor 9 can... The thing is, Nathan, there's not that much of a difference between MLV and Condor 9. It's not... It's not that much of a difference. The big thing about the MLV launch vehicle is that it is really designed... MLV is... Condor 9 is synonymous in shape. It looks like Falcon 9. MLV is more... where are you? MLV is more what a Falcon 9 analogous rocket would look like in KSP. This is a beast of a rocket. It, actually, I think this can do more than Condor. Condor can do 18 tons into low Kerbin orbit. This thing can do more than that. It's snowing in Atlanta. Can I borrow a couple of rocket engines? I can't believe that. There's one on eBay right now for 200K. Yeah, the S3D motor. I saw that, Fluffy. Also, congratulations on your victory. Victory's like, huh? Ruining draft picks since Marino retired. Thanks, Tom Teo. Counter-Strike player? Nice. Belly Joe, thanks for the raid. By the way, nice haircut. Thanks, Snickers. Sure, Pwn Sister. eBay. not. Yeah, I saw that, Fluffy. I think Josh Allen's hurt for what it's worth, dude. But that's just me. There's the sub-assembly. Is a rocket with landing legs limited by its size? Yeah. What do you mean, Carbon Cool? Turbo. Turbocharger. Sorry. What do you mean, Carbon Cool? Like, sorry, it sneezed and it woke me up. Like, you definitely don't want landing legs on a bigger rocket. Like, something like super heavy, the landing legs would just be so freaking heavy because the booster is so heavy because it's in its name. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. You know, even on Falcon 9, you know, that's when it really makes more sense. I mean, with that being said, you can engineer whatever the hell you want, you know, like. See, what I'm looking at here is whether it's going to be better to engineer this from scratch. But then again, I don't want to put the time into engineering this dang thing. I don't want to put the time into engineering these freaking landing legs if we're only going to use them for a little bit of time. Because if we end up using Condor 9, we end up upgrading to MLV, I don't see any reason to use Condor 9 anymore. Considering they have the same fairing size. The fairing's almost exactly the same size. MLV is a way more capable vehicle as far as I can tell. Oh. Hold on. Does this design not crash when trying to land? The orange one, no. The orange one does not. Hold on. Oh, for MLV, we need the S3-7200. Oh. Yeah. The limiting factor for getting the parts unlocked are composites in large volume. So we need 600 science to do it. I mean, that's another crude mission to Minmus. Crude mission to Minmus. We just land in a different flat, harvest all the science, do the EVA science, and then we're good to go. Yeah, if we unlock MLV, I'm going to replace Condor 9. Yeah, we're kind of at a crossroads here. See, MLV I would be more inclined to build. I mean, like, okay, so here's the thing. I've built landing legs for Condor 9 before in other saves. They weren't as good as the MLV's landing legs. MLV landing legs are fantastic. They're really, really good. The thing about the MLV's landing legs is they're good, but they're also a little bit complicated. Those things are designed to be reused a bajillion freaking times because they have hybrid tech built into their design. Condor 9, we don't necessarily need to make as high fidelity landing legs. But really like this version of Condor 9. This one is really good. It's better than the previous versions that we've made. And what I'm thinking is if we design... MLV would be great in the long term, right? It would be great to maybe eventually upgrade to it, right? But it'd be fun to use these rockets for this, you know? Medium launch vehicle is the name of it. I'm just thinking, dudes. I'm just thinking how I want to do this. So the other thing about MLV, the orange launch vehicle, is that I built that for mission mode, and then we never used it. It was just a concept. I never employed that rocket into, like, routine missions. But then again, we've never done that with Condor 9 either. You know? I'm kind of like, do we keep going with Condor 9? This is a newer, better version of it. My older versions don't look are not this well polished. Do we go with Condor 9 and use that as our small sat vehicle? Or medium duty launch vehicle? Or do we scale it to MLV? The other thing, guys, is that I think with the MLV and the capsule on top, we'd have to develop a different adapter for it and stuff. Like, I'm not sure I'm about that life. I don't know. Scale for MLV to last longer. See, the thing about MLV is that MLV is designed to be reused. It carries a very heavy price tag because it's reusable. But then again, this is reusable for mission mode spec. We could take off all the thermometers. The thermometers are being used as hinges. And they are a little bit expensive. But you get back the vast majority of it, right? All the parts that are with thermometers attached to them are parts that are on the stage that land, so you should get it back. So theoretically, like, the upper stage is very, like, not really that big of a deal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, friend of monkeys, how you doing? I'm doing all right, dude. We could build out a reusable upper stage for this too in the future. That's probably not going to happen, but hey, paramedic, what's going on, man? Popping in to say hi, going back to lurking. It's good to see you, man. This is a 375 diameter. How much of that is reused money-wise? So here, let me just save the file. So it's 215 right now. 195 of the 215 gets reused. It comes back and lands. Like, once again, I put a lot of time into that stage to get that stage to work. The stage is damn complicated. And when I say that MLV is designed to be reused, guys, I mean this thing lands. This thing lands. You get a crane, you pick it up off of its legs, fold the legs back up, bring it horizontally, put it on a trailer without ever hitting the recovery button, and drive it back to the launch pad. That's how reusable this thing is. But with that being said, if we ever do lose a first stage, we're really gonna pay for it. Hey, Space Pope, what's up, man? Save that kind of reuse for mission mode. Yeah, I understand that, Tessa. I'm not going to do that in this mode. It's just, it's built with all that in mind. And it's already, the landing legs are already engineered. That's the thing, dude. Like, if we wanted to do this with Condor 9, I wouldn't engineer it for full mission mode work, right? It's orange, it's right. I'm new to KSP. Are these modded parts? The only modded part I have in the game is a part that I designed that's not on this vehicle. This is all stock. I'm thinking about how I want to do this, dudes. I love MLB, and maybe we'll use it someday. I would like to engineer legs for Condor 9. If I could take, this is what I just tried to do. If I could take these legs off and put them on Condor 9 right now, that's what I would use. So I'm going to heed my own advice, and we'll design some legs for this bad boy. This shouldn't be too hard. I'm not going to build this out for mission mode spec, guys. These landing legs are just going to be landing legs. They're not going to be designed for like full reuse. With that being said, we could make them for full reuse someday. Bolin, what's up, man? Long time no see, dude. You see this one?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Airbus's 4th ESM for Artemis 4 is ready to leave Airbus's facility in Bremen. Cool. Neat. Hey Schmoog, 128 monthly sub. Just, we got all the OGs showing up today. What the heck's that about, dudes? I mean, I ain't mad. That's cool. Thank you. You've been busy? Not a bad problem to have, man. Space Pope with the Mr. Yak. Came for the American war history, stayed for rockets. All right. All right, so for the landing legs pivoting hinge, we're going to need to start with something strong. Okay. And what I am going to do here is this. Hold on. I need to draw myself out a diagram. Find the pivot points. We have to move these rulers down, and we have to move them into position right here. That's the pivoting points for the legs. See that? And it looks like my legs already kind of line up with that. But that makes it so when I go to put the hinge in here for our actual pivoting mechanism, we can... Actually, this thing doesn't need to be too incredibly strong. We might be able to get away, for reuse's sake, with using a smaller hinge. Probably get away with these, especially if we're just using hinge lock with no hybrid tech. And I need to make this... Okay. I need to attach the cubic octag here. This one needs to be in 4x sim. Cool. Now we take the hinge, but I don't want the hinge in 4x symmetry just yet. I'll tell you guys why in a second. If you noticed, I made the landing legs in 4x symmetry by just attaching them to the fuel tanks. That was the whole idea with that. Make it nice and simple. Right. So that's attached backwards. We don't want that. Always attach the stripe side first of the hinge, or else the game will get very angry at you. It's a good way of tempting the Kraken. Don't want that. I hate how much part clipping is going on at the bottom of this thing, but this is the only way to really do it so Kerbal understands. So how's live? Oh, it's fine, dude. Yeah, everything's fine, Jabolin. Oh, that's not a big deal. So let's just move this up in position like this. Okay. So now fold this thing. Now watch what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to take this piece and we are going to put it in mirror sim. That did not do what I wanted. balls. How the heck am I going to do this? Oh, you know what? I figured it out. This is a little bit of a hierarchical logic puzzle. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, I know how I can make this. Give me 1 second. This is really just coming down to how we manufacture these hinges. I can get them to be made correctly. Okay. Now, one of them is going to be completely borked from here, but that's okay. As long as we can get it, one of them close, right? Right, let's just line up one side. Right. So now we rotate this sucker back this way. And obviously it's not going to be aligned. But if I take this... Okay, now here's what we're gonna do. Let's see what happens when we move this in one. There it is. Okay, that's more or less the position that I want. We just abused the mirror sim hierarchy. We can get rid of these. We don't want them. We don't. You're droids. We don't want them here. Okay. Now, in order to get these things to look right, they need to run. This needs to ride the edge of the thing as much as possible. So, what we do. We rotate these so that the tips of the wing strakes come to a point like that. And then we take these ones and we angle them in a way that gets them to hug the edge of the booster. Okay. Money. That's pretty good. Now I gotta move the pivot point into position. And then just because I didn't get that exactly right in my head, we have to go local. And then we have to measure this. rotate the booster 45 again. And where's that hinge? Remember, where that strut is coming through, that's our pivot point. That's the pivoting axis for the landing leg. Meaning that needs to be right there. It's going to screw up the symmetry again. That's no big deal. That'll work. He's wicked smart. Yeah, I'm getting there. Takes a while to massage these right and get the shape correct, dudes. Yeah, it's kind of a pain in the butt, but it's all right. Worth it. Yeah, of course, illness. Imagine if he got paid by the hour. It's crazy how much you do just have to stare at it. It's 3D modeling, man. Pretty sure that's it. That's the shape. All right, there's our landing leg. Or at least the initial shape. Ready? That actually might be a little big. It's a little big for this design. Let me look at a Falcon 9. Hold on. Actually, that's not too bad. That's actually about right. Good. She's good. All right. Just to quote unquote kind of save my work, what I'm going to do is just attach a beam up here because we're in the prototype craft file. Put that up there. Take this. That's my finalized landing leg shape. Save it there. For some reason, sub-assemblies aren't working for me. I don't know why, but it's fine. Whatever. Keep the pivoting axis rulers there. Now what we got to do... I don't think there's any other symmetrical components that we necessarily need here. It's just building out the base structure here. So we can take the prototype landing leg and we can remove everything from symmetry. Now what we do, watch. Because we made a copy of it, we take this off. Right, we have a copy of the same thing up there, or we deleted symmetry. Now we take this bad boy, we rotate the booster 45 degrees, take the cubic octags, and then we attach in 4 times symmetry. Now, if we take this thing, and we take the hinge, our main pivot piece, and we move that pivot piece into position, and we line it up with the pivoting axis, more or less. There you go. Watch. And then we rotate this bad boy back up into position. And say we had an action group that triggered this thing. Ready? Not bad. How will you compensate for mass, less delta V? Booster's way over engineered for purpose, dude. And the legs are made out of wings. I mean, we still got to do the still got to do the pivoting strut, guys. That's why I left space right here so we could put the pivoting strut in position. But yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. Now what we can get away with, because we're in 4X sim and not anything else, is if we take the 625 flag, right? Attach a 625 flag here. Set the flag. We could set it to wing texture if we really wanted to. Texture, and then this one isn't exactly right. Ah. I know that you definitely accounted for it already, so I'll ask the question this way. Since the legs are being made of wings, why does that not make it unstable during descent? Just curious. Center of mass on the booster is low, Wartaz. If anything, it gives you cross-range capability. Remember when I said I made Condor 9 too aerodynamic and it's impossible to steer it when it's coming back down, making the landing legs out of wings and having the center of mass be really down low when the booster is when the booster's coming back down. New Glenn, dude. Where do you think SpaceX came up with the idea for chines, dude? Chines on Super Heavy. The hell do you think those are? Aerodynamically, think about it. Seriously, put two and two together. What is that? What is the folded up landing leg but a chine on the bottom of the booster that gives you cross-range capability? You're going to get an extraordinary high amount of body lift here. That's a chine. Think about it. Super Heavy doesn't have those, so they put chines on it. It's not an air brake. It provides body lift when Falcon 9 is coming back down to land. Air gets compressed in between the legs down here. See this little cavity right here? Or, you know, it's on the bottom, but see this area? When Falcon 9's coming back down, air gets compressed in this area right here. And that actually does give you a little bit of extra lift. This allows Falcon 9 to be able to steer through the atmosphere at a higher angle of attack. That higher angle of attack gives you more cross-range capability. It allows you to come back down on a less steep trajectory. Coming down on a less steep trajectory makes it so the booster is more likely to hit terminal velocity, to decelerate to terminal velocity on your descent. Meaning you can spend more time in the atmosphere slowing down, so you don't need as much fuel to land. Chine my vans. They're not an air brake when deployed. the moment of inertia of these landing legs deploying is way lower than the aerodynamic forces applied. If you tried to deploy these at any other moment than right before you land on the barge, like you got to deploy them at the last second, because if you don't, Electric Chew, then they work like an air brake, right? Meaning that they'll go to deploy it and aerodynamic forces will push them right back into position. You have to deploy them only when the aerodynamic moment induced on the landing leg is lesser than the force to push open the landing leg, which is governed by the force of gravity. Does that make sense? You can only deploy them at the last second. If Falcon 9 tried to deploy these like when it was higher up in the atmosphere, nothing would happen. They'd go to deploy it and the aerodynamics would just force the landing legs back together. That's the older landing leg design. The way older landing leg design. What about in Kerbal? Why would it be different in KSP, bro? KSP isn't the best orbital mechanics simulator, but KSP is a pretty damn good physics simulator. Not the best aero, but it's good enough to do this. Pretty neat, huh? I don't like these landing legs. They look weird. Now that I looked away for a second, they look strange. Something is wrong about them. What is it? Where are we going wrong here? All right, well, we have our Mark 1 design up there. It's saved, so... I'm going to try something a little bit different. So I'm noticing that there's a straight line from basically the pivot point on the legs all the way to the point here. It's a straight line for the most part. Okay. All right, hold up. I can do this better. We can make it better. Get rid of this. And just put it in singular symmetry again. And then actually get rid of the strakes. Here's how I want these strakes to work. We're gonna go back into mirror sim again. I see the shape I need to make with these. Absolute snap that. Take this and absolute snap that. Like that. I know that seems a little weird. That doesn't look a lot like the shape. But if we flip this bad boy around, right? We put it out like this. We take this piece and we move that piece up like, no, hold on. I'll get it. This needs to go here. These need to be lined up with the corner pieces, just like that. on the pivoting axis. Now we need to move this way. Hang on a second. Looking for the right picture. I know I have it in here somewhere. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. KSP does not simulate precession. No, you'd need to get Principia to do something like that. How cold can Falcon launch in? I have no idea, dude. Use the Type D wing connector. Okay, Oxos. All right, let's see it. Here. I like it, Ox. It's pretty good, man. Now if we take these and rotate that up into position, Nice. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card. Oh, the raised lettering, the off-shell white. Damn it. Good call, man. That's gonna look, that's definitely gonna look the part. Let's see how it looks flipping. They caught me flipping. Love him. Dude, that doesn't even need much else. Bro, compared to your rocket, it looks insane. Don't talk yourself down. Keep up the good work. Well, guys, we're 900 years old. You become look this good. You were not. No, it takes time. I've been playing KSP for 15 years. Streaming it as my job. When you play KSP for 15 years straight, 40 hours a week, then your rockets will be this good. You can get to this point. There's nothing saying you can't. It's great to see you playing see you playing KSP again. It's been 10 years next month, I believe I first started watching you. Rip Banana Time. Wait, you're Banana Time 101? I was wondering what happened to that dude. You told me this. Now that I'm thinking about it, you told me this. You told me this. Your name was Yellow because Banana. You definitely told me you changed it, but I think you told me right when you changed it. I don't think I remembered. I did, but it was a while ago. Yeah. No, I said it right after I said it. I remembered you telling me. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm stupid. BY, what's up, man? Oh, yeah. And Banana Time. Anyway, Ox, yeah, good call on that one, man. That was a good one. That really looks good. I'm just remembering bits of OG Condor. Is that how we did it with the original Condor landing legs? I don't remember. That was such a long time ago. I have no idea. That's pretty sick though. It definitely looks the part, man. At least you won't have to do the RS-25 powered transporter erector at this time, please. Pulls, don't mention. We don't need to talk about that. we don't need to talk. Hey, it's what worked. There were probably better ways to do it at the time, but that's right, Ari Blue. Did I ever tell you the story about the time the guy that designed the transporter erector for Falcon 9 1.0 told me that somebody actually proposed making a rocket-powered TE. Somebody actually proposed that, to do that. Like, it was more like RCS than anything to push the thing upright instead of hydraulics, because hydraulics took time. Somebody actually proposed that. Yeah, Elon shot it down. Yeah, that was anecdotal, and I have no way of proving that. There's no source that I can point you to that would corroborate this information. Because the guy that told me definitely isn't going to tell you that story, you know? But yeah, somebody did actually propose that. That is not where I got the idea from, for what it's worth. The only reason this conversation even came up, Ox, is because I told the dude that designed the Falcon 9 1.0 transporter erector, I told him, I don't have hydraulics in Kerbal, so I need to use a rocket to push the thing upright. And he's like, oh yeah, somebody proposed that. And I'm like, what? I'm sorry? Sorry, come again? I swear on Jeb that conversation happened. It definitely did. I can tell you exactly where it was. It was at Maxer in 2016. Yep. But are you where he got the idea from? That's what I'm afraid of, Yarg. That some of my ideas that I come up with might be trickling into SpaceX and other aerospace companies. I don't know how to feel about that. I know that people out in the industry watch the stream. Hey, if you can use my ideas out in the aerospace industry. You can use my ideas. I don't care. Give me credit. That's all I ask. Straight up, verbal agreement. If you wanted to pay me for the idea, though, that would be very cool. That would be very cash money. That'd be very cash money of you, if you wanted to. All right, let's see how these look in 4x symmetry. I'm going to copy this again, the Mark II leg design. Just reminding you of Fred. Oh, the Freds. Those things are awesome, man. You need a cut for that? Yeah, right. Mint. Mint, 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 mint. Would you prefer a flat fee? All right, what time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Just check, this is how you did it with the OG Condor. Yeah, we used the snap docking ports, but we did use those parts. Yeah, I see it. Honk. Yeah, I figured that would break it. That's why I made a copy. I'll tell you what, Ox, this is gonna be way simpler than even that Condor. It's not gonna be covered in freaking docking ports. Why did it inherit radial symmetry? Oh, poo-poo. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. Pee-pee! You know what? It's 5 o'clock. Guys, let's get ready for space news. We will design out these landing legs and prototype and test them on Wednesday. Yeah, that's the first thing I want to do with our bigger part count budget. That, and we got to redesign the descent module, and then we got to go for the moon again. Okay, so that's going to do it for part 24 here. We completed our Minmus mission, and then we got the VAB unlocked, and now we have more part count to play with, so we can pursue better avenues of reuse. Gonna be pretty awesome. Was it a sub-assemblies issue? No, it's a radial symmetry issue. I'll take care of it. Now to think, someone in SpaceX went rocket-powered transporter erector. No rocket-powered deluge. Send it. Yeah, right. Dude, SpaceX back in the day was pretty nutty. I mean, they're still pretty nutty, but they used to be pretty nutty as well. All right, so you guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube before we start up space news. In the meantime, I will put on a video here. We will start space news at more or less half past the hour. Probably actually a little less than that. Let me find something. Anyway, I'm going to shut the YouTube VOD off here. Twitch, just stay here for a moment. And yeah, I will see you guys in about a half hour for space news. On the YouTube side of things, stand by for loss of signal as expected.